Welcome everybody to Get the Memo. We are back with another live stream this time in the afternoon. Yeehaw. So, we got a lot of topics to discuss. Yee doggas. We got the housing market, we got the Georgia runoffs, we got Russia and Ukraine. We got Georgia W. Bush land 11. Eric Canary Barney. We got Hunter Biden. We got a lot of good things to go over today. And this time, unlike last time, we aren't doing it alone. We got a bucket and a mop for this wet ass P word. If anyone knows the Ben Shapiro thing on the song WAP, that's where I got that from. But along with the bucket and a mop for this wet ass P word, we got our good friend. He hasn't been on the show since April, I want to
I
say.
think so, yeah, I do.
Yeah, because he's flaked on me every time, except today. We got our good friend Naeem Abul Hawa. What up, Naeem?
Hey, what's going on? What's going on, viewers?
Ah,
It's good to be back on Get the Memo. It's been
that's
a
right.
while. Yeah, I went halfway around the world and back, and here we are. Yeah, I spent some time in Saudi and in Egypt and out in
That was
Turkey
in
for a
last
little while.
winter.
No, that was in the spring. That was after our stream. That's after our stream, bro. And then
Oh no, that was in May. You had your finals to do,
yeah,
and that night we recorded. You
our
did 2
interviews.
interviews,
Yeah.
and your ass
I
got
need
me
to find
emotional
some new people for an interview similar to that. Do you know anyone?
for blind.
Again,
Blind.
no, it doesn't have to be blind. It could be some just immigrant. Anyone who's like an immigrant, first generation, or 1.5.
Who knows? We'll see. But yeah, that Naeem got me emotional on that stream and on that in that interview. So thanks a lot.
It's very good. It's very good.
I don't know what your professor said about it, but
I got an A, so
that's all that matters.
all that matters. Exactly right.
Yeah. I just remember how you still asked me, "Oh, do I press stop?" when I said, "All right, bye, Naeem."
Should I press stop now or
Now or what? I'm like, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
So, we're gonna get things started. Let's go ahead and jump in. Oh, by the way, before we do that, I keep forgetting to, we are independently run channel, and all of our guests that are here are doing this for free. They do not get paid. They are doing this out of the goodness of their hearts. Oscar doesn't have one, so that's why he's not here.
But we're here because we want to be here, and we want to share discourse with Jason and see his project take off.
Yes, exactly. So as I'm putting in the chat right now,
you got a Patreon link, PayPal.
Not for the politics, because remember I told you that they're being banned because of they're talking about Ukraine.
Oh Lord! Oh my gosh!
So we do have a Substack. It's in the description.
Get the Substack, y'all.
Get the memo.
Memo.
Substack.com. So there is our Substack in the chat. If you guys want to click on that, and you guys can do so. But make sure that you like, comment, share, subscribe to the channel. First, most notifications so you never miss another one of these videos. But in all seriousness, I always say seriously when I say in all seriously, and it's weird, but it's in all seriousness. Please, did I really put that? I put like and subscribe to this channel for me.
Oh, so you sent that to yourself versus.
No. I sent it to all the comments, but I put for me.
Do it for Jason.
Do it for me. Please. We can get to 60. Can we get to 60? I think we can get to 60. We're at 56.
I think we can get to 65.
I would love to get to 65.
56 flipped over 65. Let's make it happen. Come on,
let's
9
make it
subscribers
happen,
by the end of the stream.
Yeah.
9 subscribers by the end of the stream. All right.
No, let's go. Oh, that would be, we'd throw a party. But we are so please give us a thumbs up, give us a like because it'll help us in the algorithm. YouTube algorithm does not like political channels or channels that go against the establishment, that go against the narrative, that are anti-war, anti-corporate greed, that are pro-worker, that are anti-establishment. They do not like us. So give us a like so the algorithm likes us more and lets us appear on everyone
Will I
else's
will I
feed
get will I
and
get
channel.
booted off if I tell Hillary Clinton fuck you?
No.
Okay. Fuck you,
We,
Hillary Clinton.
yeah, fuck you. Especially when you were younger. Oh, you were hot. Anyway, okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Her daughter Chelsea. Oh boy. Um, when she was young, Chelsea. When she was young. Oh, wow. I mean, anyways, don't distract me. And also give us a sub. Hit that big button down below. Make sure you give us a sub because we could really use the help. So, let's go ahead and get to it. Let's get this is a
Subscribe
long
to this
intro.
terrorist ass.
Subscribe to terrorist organization. Get the memo. Get the bum is what we call. Get the bums.
Get the bombes. The
Get the
bombes.
bum. Yeah. So let's go ahead and talk about the Georgia runoffs. So yesterday, last night, the campaign with Raphael Warnock, Senator Raphael Warnock, and idiot black dude, Republican dude, basically Herschel Walker ended. Um, Raphael Warnock beat Herschel Walker in the Senate runoff this time around. He's going. He's reelected to his first 6-year term as senator.
Mm-hmm.
We released our video on that race, and you guys can check that out on our channel. It was recently just posted, so go ahead and check that out. But
All right, cut that out.
we're live. How am I gonna cut that out?
Whatever. I got a refill, so
Oh,
right.
what refill did you get?
I got salmon
Oh,
with seaweed, jalapenos, rice, ginger. It's real good,
you know
but
what's
not
really good?
not as good as Hershey.
Hirsch.
Man, that guy couldn't even walk after he found out he lost.
He was like, and I thought getting sacked in football was worse. Getting tackled. Anyway, you won't know what that means. So, when I wish Oscar was here, he'd laugh at that.
He was playing with the Cowboys for a long while.
He was. 1997 was last year. So anyway, we posted that video on the channel. By the way, was that your mom?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You know it's good buttermilk salmon.
That is not a bad idea. This one's with garlic and jalapenos and
yeah. No, my dad makes a killer ass buttermilk salmon.
Mm-hmm.
So if you ever come over, I'll have him make. Oh, there's a lot of good shit he makes. But anyway,
I whip up some mad good food, but salmon is definitely my mom's strength.
Oh, dude, my dad can make some bomb ass salmon, but his barbecue is the best. So, Raphael Warnock wins. There's a lot to say here. My first, I'll summarize my takes basically. The first take I had was, okay, this makes Georgia a swing state in 2 years. This also means that Republicans are going to have a little bit more of a difficult time flipping it. Now with Ossoff, maybe, but
Ossoff is an election 26, right?
No, because well, yes, actually, yes. But the other thing too is, and while I look up in the chat what Oscar did, God, Jesus, he's gonna get me banned. But the other thing I'll say is, look, candidate quality absolutely matters. And last time around we had Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue, and the problem with them was the stock trading, and it was a really bad time for them to do that, the insider trading, because of the fact that it was COVID, and they basically made money off of people getting sick off COVID. Why am I saying that word on this channel? C-19, that thing that shut down the world. You know what I'm talking about, Naeem. C-19. I can't say the actual, but because of their shenanigans and bullcrap during the pandemic, they got voted out. And it was a very good campaign run by Joe Biden, Raphael Warnock, and John Ossoff. This time around, you had an idiot who had a bunch of domestic violence allegations, a dissociative identity personality disorder, whatever. One of his personalities could a guy would kill you. He wanted to kill people. He had extramarital affairs. He had infidelity. He had everything you could imagine. And I think that created a massive disaster for the Republicans. What is your takeaway on what happened and why this happened?
Mm-hmm. There's a few things. Number one, don't claim you're the most pro-life politician if you literally did like easily, what was it, like 10 abortions?
Probably.
Yeah. There's that. The reality of the situation is he was not from Georgia. And I don't know why the Republicans thought they can do that. They try to do that with Dr. Oz, a New Jersey resident in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
They tried to do that with Herschel Walker, a Texas resident in Georgia.
Yep.
Was Herschel Walker a legend in Georgia at one point because he was part of the University of Georgia Bulldogs, I think?
Yes.
Yeah, probably. But in
But
his last many years, he's lived in Texas.
Yeah, and that was back in the early 80s, late 80s, early 90s that he was. So people that were really in love with him back then, some are probably not alive, some are probably older, some are probably out of the state. So really, yeah, I mean, Democrats do the same thing with Joe Crowley, if you remember who that guy is, right? AOC beat him. At the time, we thought it was the best thing ever. Now she's just an establishment an establishment ghoul. He Oscar's comment in the chat, but he had a house in West Virginia or whatever, or Virginia, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And he was still in New York. But and again, I mean, yeah, a guy that doesn't even know Georgia issues. And you can't fake it. And
yeah, I mean, and he literally said he was at a student event last week, and there was audio leaked of him literally saying, "The reason I was inspired to run for Senate in Georgia is because when I lived in Texas, I saw the border issues in Texas. So that means you should have run for Senate in Texas, bro."
Well, he couldn't because, again, Republicans were running in Texas. Why would he run against the Republicans? Now, maybe as a primary challenger. But
yeah, he could primary Ted Cruz, right?
He could.
People don't like Ted Cruz. You saw at the Astros. I mean, not the Astros. The game that he went to and people booed him to the high heavens.
Yes, I think it was the Rangers.
Yeah, it was some sort of game. That was hilarious, by the way. Some dude tried to throw a beer can at him.
So, by the way, Oscar said, so when your mom interrupted to give you a refill, he said that girls interrupting your life, that's not new.
Oh, really? You think so?
That's what Oscar said.
At least they're interrupting my life. They're not even in your life, Oscar.
Oh! Oh!
Who's been single since that one Super Bowl?
Oh! Oh!
Hey, that phone number, that person who just called you, was some hotline, some chat sex line trying to tell Oscar that he should join them for $1 a month.
Oh! Boom, boom, boom! Shots fired, Oscar! Damn! Oh,
at least Herschel Walker had abortions to pay for.
Oh, okay, that's not a good.
No, that's not a good one. That one's pretty fucked up. But
at least he killed babies.
At least he made babies that he can kill.
What the fuck is this turning out? What the fuck, Naive?
I'm gonna get your stream banned.
Banned is an understatement. What the fuck? But goddamn, those other jokes against Oscar. Damn, Oscar, no comments.
Oh, he's busy calling that chat line back.
Oh. Oscar said you were also cutting in and out, so I don't know if you want to check your Wi-Fi.
Do you think I'm cutting in and out?
I personally didn't hear it.
Okay,
But if I notice it again, I'll
point it out. Okay, bet.
But damn, Naeem, I didn't. Damn, if only you stood up for yourself like you did against Oscar against women. Anyway, we're not gonna go over that on this channel. Holy shit, I'm not gonna get over that. Damn.
Who comes back every time?
Oh, I don't know why you didn't put that in the chat, but he said it sounds like Jess let you have your balls out of her purse today.
I took her purse too in the process. Made it mine.
Oh, you made it okay.
You know, a girl never gives her purse up.
What the fuck is this stream turning into? All right.
So, candidate quality, the fact that he's not from the state, the fact that he has way too many scandals on his back. And I think the reality situation is, Mitch McConnell was not interested in helping him out. Mitch McConnell was not interested in helping Blake Masters out. Mitch McConnell was not interested in helping, a lot of these guys out. He wasn't really putting too much into JD Vance, for example, until the last minute. So
yeah.
By the way, I want to get on this stream here real quick and apologize. I said some disrespectful things to Oscar. So
No.
No, I took it a little too far with the Super Bowl.
No, that was funny though, because
but the Super Bowl comment was a little too far. That was personal.
No, that's the way you have to do it. That's how you roast people, Naeem. So yeah, that's how you do it. We have to teach our dear friend how to do this because he's not used to this. He's used to women doing it to him. Anyway, sorry, Naeem, I had to say it. So I do think so. And then also there's a lot of things that really went into it too. And
Herschel Walker was the one Trump wanted. No one else really wanted Herschel Walker.
No one else wanted Herschel Walker.
And look, even Glenn Youngkin, the governor of Virginia,
yeah,
was asked to go down and campaign for Herschel this weekend. He chose not to.
Well, he's got a very big business. And the Carlyle Group, how big is that?
Carlisle's pretty large.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
but if you think about it,
he's technically governor, so he wouldn't even be dealing with Carlisle, really. But he chose actively not to campaign for Glenn Youngkin. For Glenn Youngkin. For Herschel Walker, he's campaigned for others. Why not Herschel?
Sure, but the point is he's still kind of associated with, in some way, in one way or another, the Carlyle Group.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'll go over. Let me finish my point. So, where was I? Oh, he's associated with it. Well, you know how rich people and rich folks are. I researched it. The main people that invest with Carlyle Group are wealthy individuals, not people like me, right? Though they are very socially liberal. Well, Glenn Youngkin, not much, right? However, he understands this guy's got a billion problems. He's also not right on the policy of abortion. So, and the other thing too is, aside from the character, policies just weren't there. So, Oscar said,
because Glenn Youngkin would prefer campaign for JD Vance over Herschel Walker.
Well, JD Vance was a guy that released an ad. He says every morning, in my family, I cook breakfast. But now, ever since Joe Biden's been in power, breakfast is more expensive. Those are the kinds of ads you need against Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm.
So Oscar said, he said, instead of giving her clothing to you, she gave you something as easy as her purse to steal, just like she stole your balls. Oscar, she took his balls. They're free for the taking for every girl. No stealing needed. No stealing involved. Anyways, let's stop there. So I mean, I have nothing else to say on the race. I think where this puts Republicans is a very important thing. Oh, the last thing I'll say is, look, Trump wanted him. So again, that begs the question: do the Republicans step away from Trump, or and his strategy, and go with theirs, even though they've also been known to fail, or do they do something else?
Mm.
And you see what I mean? I mean,
Yeah. And that makes me ask the question, you know, Georgia has proven to have Republican voters more so than Trump voters. Because there's always been this difference between Trump Republicans and Republicans, right? These are the guys who would vote for Brian Kemp, vote for Brad Raffensperger, vote for the other big Georgia Republicans, but wouldn't vote for the Trump endorsed candidate in Herschel Walker. Remember, um, Brian Kemp won in 2018. Brian Kemp won again in 2022, but Biden won in 2020 in Georgia. So, what does that say about Georgia versus other Republican states? Is Georgia just not a Trumpy state?
well, Trump barely lost to Biden in Georgia. So I think it's that Trump is staying away from the red meat type of policies, and he's going too far, I think. Whereas if he needs to follow the strategy of because the people who are winning in the Republican Party in Georgia are people in who are staying in the state, not going to Washington. If
Mm-hmm.
you notice,
Yeah.
so Brian Kemp caters exactly to Georgia, exactly what they want to hear when they want to hear it, and Trump doesn't. Trump is all about him
About
and
stop the steal.
about stop the steal, and it's just not welcome. And look, is there something to say about the accuracy of the election? Maybe. I personally don't think so. I think the election was just fine, but that's just me. However, because YouTube is a hypocrite, the elections, according to the uh, security state, was the best election ever run in 2020. It was the most secure election ever, and there were no issues. Everything was just perfect. I have to get that out of the way on YouTube, or I'll get
Was it more perfect? Was it more perfect than Trump's Ukraine call with Volodymyr Zelensky?
or more perfect than 2016 election, because you can talk about the 2016 election. You can say that Trump's not a legitimate former president, that
Mm-hmm.
this and this and that. You can say that. However, you cannot say that that uh you can't say that Biden's election is not legitimate.
Yeah, yeah,
You
no,
can't
that's
say that.
true. That's true. So what does
But
this
you can
mean?
say that all about Trump.
Yeah.
So the point is look, the biggest point is this. There's a lot to say about where Trump is leading the party, and the biggest point here is I think he needs to go back to the drawing board and follow state issues, because
Mhm.
Georgia should have never gone to Biden ever, and it did, and it should have never gone Democrat, but it did.
Both their senators are Democrat now. So this the results of the 2022 midterm we could conclusively say was a net gain for the Democrats in the Senate and a very narrow loss for the Democrats in the House. So now that there's a 51 seat Democrat majority in the Senate, Chuck Schumer could throw away the power sharing agreement he whipped up with Mitch McConnell after the 2020 election. Now he could go ahead and have majorities on his committees if he wants, instead of there being tie breaking votes. Now he can get all kinds of different Biden judges through the Judiciary Committee, right? And he could he doesn't have to rely on Joe Manchin for every vote. So how do you think this changes the dynamic in the Senate? Or do you think or do you think that Chuck Schumer is now going to duck for cover because he doesn't really have many excuses to get away with not doing a lot?
I think it's going to be the same old Democratic Party. They're not going to do anything. They're not going to help the average Americans. They're going to vote for the same old bullshit. They're going to keep funding Ukraine. They're going to keep funding the military-industrial complex. They're going to keep funding the elites like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk. Well, Elon Musk these days, I don't know, but you know, they're just going to keep doing all of that. And I think, yeah, they'll get their judges through. They'll get whatever they want through. Again, even if Manchin says no, fine, we got Kamala Harris here, or Kamala Harris, cackling Harris, because all she does is cackle. And then now if they lose Kirsten Sinema, now they're tied with so now they have a problem. So look, I think there's just the Democrats are not going to change. They just aren't. They're not going to do anything worthwhile. It's all about saving democracy. We don't have what was I saying?
Saving democracy.
Yeah, we don't have a democracy, ladies and gentlemen. We live in an oligarchy. Your democracy, and Jimmy Dore says this all the time, your democracy was stolen from you decades ago. And then when Citizens United, it was definitely stolen from you. You don't have a goddamn democracy. Okay? So just to end this segment, nothing's going to happen with the Democrats except they're going to keep voting Biden's agenda through, except the really popular things that would have helped the Democrats get a more sizable win in the Senate and would have kept them in the House. But nope, they didn't do that. They went with what Joe Manchin wanted. So
I don't want to get all conspiratorial, but isn't it interesting that Biden decided to do his student debt cancellation on the flimsiest of legal arguments?
Well,
like he could have used certain other acts or certain other legal tools available to him. He chose to use a very flimsy provision, I think, in the Affordable Care Act or something.
Yeah, which in the Higher Education
the court
Act,
is going to strike down. The court is going to strike down. So is he just saying, well, I tried, and the big bad conservative Supreme Court shot me down?
Well,
is that basically what he's going to go for, and not have to do any of this?
Possibly, because they're going to hear the case, and I think they are going to shut him down because they're going to say, well, we are funded by the corporations and the big banks and the federal lenders, and you are too. Why are you trying to do this? Right? That your Supreme Court is corrupt, ladies and gentlemen. So, but here's my thought on that. The Higher Education Act of 1965 allows Biden to do this. Everyone says there's no legal argument. That's the legal argument. They passed the law in 65. However,
he didn't use that argument, though, is the point.
He didn't, which I think it would have passed had that been the argument. However, if it is unconstitutional, it turns out that behind the scenes, Biden knew it was unconstitutional and Biden wanted it to fail. Like he wanted it to fail.
Mm-hmm. He just needed it as a midterm,
and he wanted it. Yeah,
as a midterm campaign strategy.
Mm-hmm.
And then after the midterms,
and a bunch of schmucks fucking fell for it
because
they think that voting blue. They think that voting blue is gonna help them out.
Vote blue no matter who, isn't that what they say?
Yeah, vote blue no matter who. Now, Oscar said that Brian Kemp caters to the people of Georgia just like you cater to Jess's every whim. Oh, anything to say?
Well, yeah, because Brian Kemp just caters to the big corporations, not actually the people of Georgia. He fakes like he's catering to the people of Georgia, but he caters more to Bob Iger and Disney, who he claims are liberal left, than he does to the people of Georgia. So I guess I'm catering more to myself and self-serving, because that's what Brian Kemp is, self-serving, than I am catering to Jess.
I don't think so, because we're not going to discuss your relationship issues on the channel, but let's move on to another segment. I have shared it on the screen already. This is the housing market. So Naeem brought up an issue to me. So we all know that if you go to California, there are there are homeless people on every single corner, at every single bridge, everywhere, everywhere in LA. San Francisco, even worse. Maryland, Houston,
New York,
Boston, Miami, New York, Tallahassee, uh,
Philadelphia, Phoenix.
Philadelphia, Phoenix, you name it. There are homeless people everywhere. So instead of fixing the goddamn housing crisis here in the United States, and instead of ending homelessness, we're sending hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine, even though we shouldn't be. We should be solving the homeless issue, right? I mean, right. So maybe I'm just me. So
We got to fund the Ukes. No. Here's the thing: we got to fund the Ukes to make sure that they get us involved in a nuclear war. That's really what it is.
right.
There'll
Oscar's
be no
being
more
jealous.
homeless. There'll be no more homeless issue, and the whole world is nuked, right?
Right, like your balls when women take them. Anyway, sorry, Naim, I had to do it because Oscar's complaining. Um, no, but in all seriousness, I mean, you wonder why there's so many homeless people, and it's because everyone in the establishment are pukes. They are ghouls. They are servants of the big donors, of federal lenders, of mortgagers, of servicers. And in our last live stream, we went over how they screwed over housing, black wealth, and home equity, and they caused 9.3 million people to lose their homes through foreclosures. So we went over all of that, and I went over the article yesterday with Naeem. So the Atlantic released a problem of released an article of what's the problem with the housing market, and we're gonna read this. And Naeem will stop in between, and you can comment. And you are the guru on this. I'm not. So, and you are also in real estate still, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you know this better than I do. So let's get into it.
All right.
So this is from the Atlantic. Annie Lowry. Uh, is it?
Annie Lowry, yeah.
Annie Lowry. So it says how many homes must the United States expensive coastal cities build to become affordable for middle class and working poor families again? Over the past few weeks, I asked a number of housing experts that question. I expected a straightforward response. If you build X units, you reduce rents by Y%, which means that Washington, D.C. needs to build Z units to become broadly affordable again.
Mm-hmm.
So I did not get such a simple answer. Quote, that's a difficult question with a lot of moving parts. Jenny Suits of the Brookings Institute told me. Uh, Quote, are we assuming that all of these homes drop out of the sky today? Asked
Yeah.
David asked David Garcia, the policy director at the Turner Center of Housing Innovation at UC Berkeley. Uh, Chris Herbert, Chris Herbert, the managing director of the Harvard Joint Center for Housing Studies, gave me a long response involving land pieces, rental affordability, household what is it? Oh, household formation and uh building trends. Um so Naeem, I mean here where's you from what they're saying, what's your take here before we go on with the article? Naeem, sir, are you there? All right, we're gonna wait for Naeem. I can still hear him, so we're just gonna wait and see if he's ever gonna come back.
Seems like the internet got lost or something.
No, I just heard you come back into your room.
No, I couldn't tell what happened because I had the door open and I still heard you reading, and now I lost you. So,
Okay.
where were we?
So, did you hear the last part?
The last I heard was you were talking about David Garcia explaining the pieces of land thing, which is a whole bunch of BS. But anyway,
All right. So let me. Um. So David Garcia said.
the internet's quit.
All right. Well, try and fix it. Are we assuming that all of these homes drop out of the sky today? Asked David Garcia, the policy director at the Turner Center for Housing Innovation at UC Berkeley. Chris Herbert, the managing director of the Harvard Joint Center of Housing Studies, gave me a long response involving land pieces, rental. Ah, God damn it, Oscar. Hold on. Uh, land pieces, rental affordability, household formation, and building trends. So, okay, what's your take here?
So the argument that's being made is that land isn't there isn't enough land, or land pieces is how we divide this up. The reality of the situation is the ultra wealthy are hoarding a lot of the land and owning big, huge chunks of land.
Right.
And they don't want their land to be parceled up or divided up a little bit, right? They don't want their neighborhoods to have what's called affordable housing. Like, let me give you an example. You know Adam Newman, right?
Yes.
Okay, so he had We Play, or whatever it was called.
Right.
Yeah, and that failed. It turned out to be a big fraud. He had a whole bunch of fraudulent things. Well, now he's starting a new company that's about, basically, he claims it's supposed to be about upstarting making affordable real estate.
Right.
And you know who invested
Right, I
in
get
it?
it.
Yeah, you know who invested in it? Mark Andreessen of Andreessen Horowitz.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and you know what Mark Andreessen wants? He
Yeah.
wrote a whole op-ed about how we need affordable housing.
Right.
But when there was a proposal for affordable housing developments to be built near his neighborhood, he actively petitioned the local government not to have that affordable housing built near his neighborhood. So all these guys are just contradicting themselves. Ultimately, they're claiming they want affordable housing, but oh dear if we put affordable housing in their neighborhood. So their solution is to buy up as much of the land as possible so they could ensure that affordable housing doesn't happen near them. So that's why land pieces are claimed to be complicated, because, oh, well, now we have to figure out who owns what land. And because these rich dudes own big chunks of the land, we don't have enough land to build affordable housing. So I don't think I'm mad at Chris Herbert as much as I'm mad at, like, the reality of what it is. You know what I mean?
Yes. So this whole thing of, well, there's not enough land. No, there's enough land.
It's just people don't want affordable housing in their posh, wealthy, polished neighborhoods.
Right.
So they buy up all the land to make sure there's a buffer between them and the dirty, grummy, affordable housing, you know?
Right. So again, they're complaining, oh my God, we have too many homeless. We should build land. We should build houses. Oh God, it's in my neighborhood. Oops, now I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. So now you know that this guy's just spouting a bunch of crap. That's all he's doing.
Yeah.
So then it says, oh wait, hold on a second. People just don't leave me alone when I'm live. So, all right. Still, still, all agreed that whatever the number is, it's enormous. All the quote, all the numbers we have that address this question are huge. They're massive, Garcia said, and they're all a massive undercut. that strikes me as a problem. No one can say that. No one can say just what it would take to make Brooklyn affordable for workers who don't have a college degree. Render San Francisco accessible to families with kids and elderly couples on fixed incomes, or allow extended family members in Boston to buy apartments within a few blocks of one another. That means we rather that means we have to we have no policy vision of how to make our biggest most productive places affordable for all, and no plan to get there. All right, I hold on. Let me go here.
Yeah.
So, extended families can't buy apartments in Boston. How do we make Brooklyn affordable for families? How do we get elderly couples and families with kids in San Francisco to make it affordable? We have no policy vision. We have no way to get there. There's a way to get there. It costs $20 billion to end homelessness in this country. It's called a housing first policy. You
Okay. Tell me
you
more about
take up
this.
so I don't know if you know this, but Finland ended their homelessness problem. And
All right.
What Finland did was it built a bunch of houses in parts of land. The government bought land, and then what they did was they said, "All right, we're gonna build houses, tiny homes, regular home, whatever we gotta build, and we're gonna put the homeless in here, and we're gonna send them to work training programs, whatever we need to do, rehab, whatever we got to do, and we're going to end homelessness." That's how you make it affordable. I mean, that's the simple answer. I mean, that to me is just bullcrap. Oh, we have no way to do it.
Okay, you're not wrong.
I mean, so what's your answer? How do we make it affordable? How do we get families to be able to buy in San Francisco and Boston and Brooklyn? I mean, what's your answer?
I I just think there has to be, and I don't know how this happens, but more investments into affordable housing. And we got to quit focusing on just the profit margins. We got to also realize that we are killing the value of our real estate markets when we have so many unhoused people roaming the streets. And
Mm-hmm.
that's not to put the unhoused in a negative, paint the unhoused in a negative light, but that's to explain that, like, the reality of the situation is the more unhoused we have, it hurts our real estate markets. We're thinking of it as, oh, if we have to compromise and build some affordable housing, we're hurting our real estate markets. That does not hurt our real estate markets as much as the unhoused problem to start with.
Well, yeah. Do you want because again, there was a recent story on I think it was California where or Oregon. They recently released a thing that said we're gonna stop encampments and we're gonna businesses across the street from a residence are not gonna want a bunch of homeless people across the street from a luxury hotel because no one's gonna want to come. No one's gonna want to bring their kids to this neighborhood if I just got a bunch of homeless dudes and dudettes walking around.
Mm-hmm.
That means my school district is probably one of the poorest. That means that we can't safely take our kids to the park. I mean, there's a lot of things that families worry about. And you, as a real estate agent, I'm sure you get those questions all the time. Is it a good area? That's the question that my dad gets all the time. And I'm sure that's a question you get. And I think the other thing is we have interest rates that are up the ass, up the wazoo.
Yep. Mm-hmm. No,
I mean,
that is correct.
so
Yeah,
so tell me,
7%, 7%, 7.14%. You know, that kind of stupidity. Mm-hmm.
so why do you think that's a stupidity, and what do you think we should do about it as the expert?
I think, well, I think that, the Federal Reserve thinking that jacking up interest rates solves the inflation issue, right? Is missing that in the past 40 years, this is the most difficult time to buy a home because the raising of the interest rates isn't killing the housing inflation, really. All it's doing is making the mortgage that you would use to get that house, the mortgage through which you would use as a vehicle, right, to
Hmm.
become more expensive.
That's right.
Because you're not just paying the price of the house that you're buying. You then have to pay an additional 7% or whatever rate you agreed on. That's assuming you could get a fixed rate mortgage in the first place, right? Some people don't even qualify for fixed rate; they have to get adjustable rate, and that just messes you up even more because that balloons, right, and continues to go up and down, and all that insanity. But assuming you're qualified enough to get a fixed rate mortgage, you then
Mhm.
have a situation where you're paying 7% more than the $1.3 million you're spending on the home you purchased.
Correct.
What's
You're-
7%? What's 7% of 1.3 million?
well, let's see. 7% of 1.3 million.
7% times 1.3 is 0.091.
So does that mean it's 91,000?
Yeah,
Okay.
times 100. I forgot to do that. So it's $91,000. So
But and that's just on the principal. Remember, you're paying down also the equity.
that's right.
When the equity goes up, the value of your mortgage goes up, so that you're then paying more than just the principal. You're paying interest on the interest sometimes. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And that 40% of California's homeless, or I think it's America's homeless, but California's homeless, 40% of them have jobs. 40% of them have good incomes, but that's the exact problem they're facing. I'm going to get a
Lots
mortgage.
of full time workers in California are living out of their cars.
Exactly. Because I'm going to get an interest rate that's 6.5% or 7.3%, 7.8%. And then when the home equity goes up, then now I got to pay interest on that interest. Are you kidding me? Hell no. The principal is already high. Uh, a house like my dad's easily $2-3 million
Mm-hmm.
in
Mm-hmm.
California, right?
Yeah.
So now I got to pay these
And
off
even
to
the supposedly cheap cities like Las Vegas and Phoenix and Austin, because so many people have moved there, now their prices have gone up
exact
astronomically too.
fucking California.
Try to buy a home in Vegas right now.
It's possible. It's not astronomically bad. My dad would be the better person to tell you.
But it's
But
getting higher than it was this time 2 years ago.
it is. Oh, absolutely. Fucking Californians moving here. Go back. Seriously,
Mm-hmm.
please.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what people don't understand is when you populate an area and you overpopulate it, the prices are going to go up. But that's what a lot of people are saying is I've got to pay two to $3.5 million off, and the interest on that interest. Hell no. So, good explanation because I don't know that, and you know, so this is not just unfair to Americans who want to move to these places. High rents and pay high rents and sale prices in major cities are are a policy choice, one that puts gates around many of our most wonderful places and taxes the folks lucky enough to live there, and it is unfair to all of us. I think so. A
It's unfair
united
to those who are living there and having to pay these astronomical prices, and it's unfair to those who don't have the financial means to live there, but maybe they have a job opportunity waiting for them there,
yeah
or a family member that they want to move in with living there, but they can't afford it. So it's unfair to all parties involved.
exactly, and maybe the job pays really well, pays a good $60,000, $70,000,
But it still
but
doesn't
like
make the rent.
but that doesn't even make the rent because in LA and San Francisco and Hawaii, $90,000 isn't enough to live for one person. So
Mm-hmm.
again, you got a job opportunity in San Francisco, Boston, Miami, you can't move there. You got a Houston. Right, Houston's a lot cheaper than all those other cities. You got a family member that, hey, you know what? I'd like to get out of here. You can't move there because you can't afford it. And if you do live there, it's virtually impossible. You can't put your kids through college. You can't get your kids better schools. You can't pay for tutors. You can't remodel your house. You can't go on vacation. You can't invest properly because of the unfair prices and the unfair price gouging of this housing market.
Yeah. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all.
A United a United States with more abundant housing in its big cities would have a more productive, vibrant, uh, and dynamic economy too, which is absolutely true. The best evidence for how much housing we need to build lies in the prices that people pay today. Nationwide, the share of renters who are considered uh burdened spending more than 30% of their income on rent and utilities, woo, has climbed to 47%. One in four renters, about 11 million, spending more than half their income on shelter. Isn't that funny?
Mm-hmm.
We don't have rent control in this country. We don't have a tenant's bill of rights. We don't have any of that. But we're allowing rent to skyrocket, and we're allowing these landlords. And my landlord has skyrocketed our rent. He's been friendly to us. Let's just be fair about that, right? But
Mm-hmm.
they're doing that. They're remodeling their houses. They're charging absurd prices. And now if I'm earning $50,000 and I gotta pay $30,000 in rent for the whole year, that's more than half my income just on rent.
Mm-hmm.
Absurd.
I mean, how many people are actually moving to like North Dakota, for example? Not a lot of people, because it's not desirable unless you're in the oil industry. But other than that, it's not really a desirable place to live. So that's why that place, people will argue, oh my gosh, but there's some states that are cheap and affordable. If you want to move there, move there. What kind of job prospects do you have in a cheap and affordable state like North Dakota or Mississippi, right?
Exactly. It's too rural. Now, what about Texas? Texas is a lot cheaper than most places.
Texas is a growing state, and there's emerging job opportunities, and that's why you have lots of people moving to Texas. But Texas could eventually become the next California if more people are moving in, which I don't think there's any harm in Texas growing, but we have to realize that the underlying issue of that of the lack of affordability in housing is what needs to be addressed. We can't just keep on finding another state that's empty to just have people move into. We have to find what the underlying root causes are, address them, and turn them around so everyone can live happily. Maybe someone doesn't want to move to Texas, but they cannot afford other than moving to Texas. There's no shame in moving to Texas. I like the place. It's a beautiful place. They got some good food. They got some spicy food. Yeah, it's real nice. It's the same place. It's the same place Matthew McConaughey's from, right?
Yeah.
But with that being said, it's not a solution to just keep on finding the next best state to move to until we're gonna run out of all 50 states. You know what I mean? Like soon people are gonna move to like the tundras of Alaska or something. we gotta address the underlying issues, not just keep on saying, oh well, this state is cheap, let's just move there.
Right. Renters today spend about 10 more percentages of their earnings more on housing than they did in the 1970s. Meanwhile, rising prices have also forced millions of younger Americans to delay home ownership, making it impossible for many to buy their way onto the property ladder, particularly in California and New York. Where not even a one bedroom, just a studio where you barely can fit your two legs inside and your one arm and your two arms. It's $3,000 for that one studio.
Yeah, it's a nice little rat box. Good luck trying to fit in.
Yeah, good luck trying to fit in, but you got to still pay me $3,000.
Mm-hmm.
And guess who runs that state? The Democratic Party. They are the majority owners of New York. They're the majority party in New York. And your Democratic establishment is allowing price gouging with rent. They're allowing
your Chuck Schumers, your AOCs, your Kathy Hochuls, all
your entire New York legislature,
your Cuomo gang, whatever happened to them. But anyway.
Yep. And all you guys keep electing Democrats in New York. Keep electing the Democrats in New York.
Well, at least you guys knocked out Sean Patrick Maloney. Did yourselves a favor there.
You did, yes.
Lee Zeldin did not win governor's race, so now he's talking about potentially running to be the chair of the RNC. Oh, that's interesting, because you have different people all wanting to run for chair of RNC against Ronna McDaniel.
Yeah,
you have Mike Lindell of the Pillow guy. You have My Pillow CEO Mike Lindell. You
Yeah.
have Harmeet Dillon, who I typically don't care to follow too much Republican politics, but she's actually on the nose. She's very correct about some of the fact that so much fake populism has pervade throughout the Republican
Yeah.
Party and the RNC specifically. She says she wants to bring real populism. We'll see about that.
No, we'll
She
see.
To give you an idea of who she is former, or she was a former Trump lawyer, or her law firm represented Trump in different capacities in the past. She's based in California, but she's running against Ronna McDaniel and now Lee Zeldin, who previously ran for governor of New York. I believe he's a New York congressman, correct?
I think so.
He is potentially going to vibe for that seat. So January is when the RNC has their winter conference and elections. I'd be curious to see.
Well, Ronna McDaniel is also a big Trump supporter, and
yeah, but
she's already said we're going to back him.
Is she as Trumpy as Mike Lindell?
No, but Mike Lindell is also an idiot.
You don't think he's winning the seat? Do you think? Do you think Ronna McDaniel is going to retain the seat, or do you think there's enough resentment against her to knock her out? Because I am hearing a lot of discontent with the old. She's part of the old guard of the Republican Party. She's been around since what, the 90s?
90s, 80s, late 80s, early mid to late 80s and early 90s.
Yeah, she was big on the George H.W. Bush stuff, the Ronald Reagan stuff. So she's pretty old. So I see her getting knocked out, if you ask me.
I could see her getting knocked out, but I think if she plays her cards right, I think she'll stay. So my point is,
she just needs the coveted Trump endorsement.
She does.
I'd be curious to see if Trump is going to give her that endorsement, or he thinks that Mike Lindell's better at sucking his dick.
Oh, Mike Lindell is definitely much better at that. I wonder if he's better than Melania. Anyway, my point is, you guys have a Democratic establishment running New York City, and these establishment fucks, these pukes, are causing your rent to go up.
If you ask Chuck Schumer to say New York City, all he's going to say is New York shitty, because he probably lives in a nice, comfy home somewhere in D.C.
Absolutely, and he has a really nice, comfy home in the Hamptons.
Yeah,
and he has a nice home in the ritzy part of New York. But
Chuck
the point
Schumer's
is,
some corrupt ass shit. But anyway.
Oh yeah. Oh, I can imagine what he did to get that house. But the point is, you have a bunch of Democrats running that city, running New York City and New York State, that are causing this rent crisis, that are causing this housing unaffordability crisis. And guess what? You guys keep voting them in. And guess what? The prices in New York keep going up. Keep voting Democrat, and that's what you get. Now, this people make painful choices to keep their housing, keep their housing costs in line with their income. Millions of families do not live where they want to, or in the kinds of homes they want to, or with the people they want to. That's right. When the mortgage on a townhouse is too costly, families keep renting their rundown apartment. When a third bedroom costs too much, parents give up on having a third kid. First off, even if you live in a fine area and the cost of living is not very high, like Springfield, Illinois, you shouldn't have kids if you yourself don't. If you don't have $50,000 to $100,000 in the bank, I don't think you should be having 3 kids. But this is a public policy catastrophe too. The problem is largely, if not exclusively, the result of the country not permitting enough homes where people want them. Although some communities in the interior of the country, especially in the South, have allowed housing construction to keep up with rapid population growth, the superstar metro areas of the Northeast and West Coast have not. Quote, the reason California has the affordability problems we have now is because we did not build, said Garcia of the Turner Center. in the let's see, in the 1960s, 1970s, even into the 1980s, we built between um we built between two we built between 200,000 and 200,000 and 300,000 homes per year. In our most recent economic boom, we were building 100,000 homes a year. So it went down by at least $200,000 a year.
And you got to remember, our most recent economic boom was our most long-lasting economic boom, our most historic economic boom. It was the boom. The boom he's referring to here is the boom that began in the second half of the Obama administration, all the way through to the Trump administration, to when COVID hit. So the reality situation is the economic boom that took place at that period was the longest lasting economic boom in recent American history. So, it wasn't an economic boom for all, I'll tell you that much, but it
Oh
was an
yeah, I
economic
know.
boom nonetheless. Yeah, I won't argue that it was an economic boom for all, but it was an economic boom nonetheless. And the fact that we produced more homes and less homes per year by half or more than half reduced in that economic boom than we did in shorter, less secure economic booms in the 70s and 80s, for example, says that either we were really going aggressive in the 70s and 80s, which is not true, or the alternative, which is the correct alternative, we were purposely not building enough homes in this most recent economic boom, and that was intended to make sure that the prices spike more than naturally, an artificial spike. And that was because some of these big real estate investors and developers wanted to recoup the differences or the losses they experienced in the 2008 crash.
So again,
it was
this
greed.
is on purpose.
Yeah,
This
it
is
was greed.
on purpose. The reason, ladies and gentlemen, there were not enough homes built, the reason you didn't see a lot of building going on in your neighborhoods and in your counties and in your suburbs and in your
The
rural
big
areas.
developers wanted to recoup the losses they experienced in
Exactly.
2008, and they couldn't be okay with the fact that they were the ones who fucked up in 2008.
Exactly. They're the ones that caused their own losses. It wasn't you, wasn't me, it wasn't your neighbor. They tell you to blame your neighbor, blame your Trump supporting neighbor, hate your friends. They want you to blame each other. The real crux of this matter here, of this problem here, are the Wall Street big developers and investors and the big landlord corporations that caused this problem in the first place. That subprime mortgage crisis, the housing foreclosure crisis under the Obama administration that we talked about on the last live stream, which you can check out on the channel. That was all done to help the big banks, to help the big investors, and that's why we don't have housing in this country. That's why we don't have enough. They weren't building in the 70s and in the 80s. They were doing what they're doing now. They were purposefully allowing prices to spike. They were purposefully, because there was a crash in the 70s, so there's no way they were building that. And in the 80s you had that terrible theory of trickle down economics. And look, Ronald Reagan did cut inflation at least by half. The problem is
He punished employees by doing that. He busted up the unions. He squashed. He ballooned unemployment rates. He made sure the labor force was designed so it could favor the corporate bosses and not the employees. And that's what Jerome Powell's trying to do now with the raising of interest rates today. Same exact idea. It's the Volcker curve, the stuff that they were trying to do back in the 80s.
Exactly. So when you crush the unions, when you crush the labor force, when you balloon unemployment, when you punish your employees, you tax tips. By the way, he taxed. I spoke to a woman who was a waitress in the 1980s under Ronald Reagan, and she was on the bus with me, and she said, "Yeah, we used to get tips, and Ronald Reagan will tax our tips. So
Yeah.
you'd have to. So taxes went up under Reagan, not down, and so." And yet the Democrats, their hero is Ronald Reagan. Okay, and so when they raise the interest rates, when they kill your labor force, when they balloon your unemployment, when they don't build homes on purpose just so that they can raise the prices, just so that they can get money back in their pockets, even though they got a government bailout of over $100 billion.
Mm-hmm.
They still need more money because they're greedy assholes. And that's why you have that's part of the reason, out of all these reasons, you have so many homeless people. Just saying, ladies and gentlemen.
But they don't want the homeless people in their neighborhoods. Oh dear,
Nope.
no.
Nope. Keep those ghetto people out of here.
Take
Right?
them out of
Exactly.
here. I want my rich kids to play around in their little fenced yard with their 2 little fluffy white dogs, and make sure that they don't get impacted. They don't get impacted by this homeless grub and whatever else bullshit they want to call homeless people, right? And they're
Mhm.
gonna sit here and say we can't have our real estate prices be impacted. So make sure you push these guys so far away from us. Some
And
bullshit.
again,
It's some hypocrisy.
right. And again, it's a lot of hypocrisy. But again, we also went over on this channel about over a year ago with remember when the Democrats were putting up that fucking stunt? That, by the way, it was a stunt because it got approved by Nancy Pelosi. They didn't do that just on accident. It was on purpose. It was planned. It was curated. It was all of that. When they were the eviction moratorium and the Supreme Court struck it down, we found out that the Senate majority PAC, the House majority PAC, the Pelosi's of the world, the Schumers, the Jeffries, and all of them, Hakeem Jeffries, they're all funded by these landlords and these big corporations. That's why you didn't have an eviction moratorium extended. That's why you have these housing crises, and that's why the rich are able to say, we don't want these ghetto housing pricks here, homeless pricks here. We want our flat neighborhoods to remain that way, and we want them to remain prim and proper, and we don't want you to build in our neighborhoods or in the land that we don't even touch. That's why, because they run the Democratic Party, and yes, they run the Republican Party. We all know who the Republicans are, but no one tells you who the Democrats are. And on this channel, we tell you who the Democrats are, period.
Yeah, Hakeem Jeffries, the new minority leader in the House, right? He's going to become the new minority leader. No one's going to oppose him. No AOC, no Ilhan Omar, no Rashida Tlaib. None of these guys, not even Jamal Bowman, none of them going to oppose him, right?
No,
he's gonna go sit here and cruise to victory, and then he's going to take the Democrat Party to the right. And he's already talked about that. He said, where we can find common ground with the Republicans, we will work with them. And we will make sure that the theme of the next Congress is bipartisanship.
Yeah. What happened in 2011, when bipartisanship was the theme? There was no bipartisanship. Why? Because the Republicans figured out, hey, we got power. We can use this power. Why are we going to work with Democrats? It makes no sense. And then
I think Hakeem Jeffries is delusional.
Exactly. Then when the Democrats cry, when they lose more seats in the next midterm, and when they lose the goddamn presidential election, maybe it's because you work with Republicans. Work with Republicans on issues that working class people care for. No, where they work with Republicans are, how can we give Wall Street more loopholes? How can we make housing
Send
more
aid to
unaffordable?
Ukraine.
More aid to Ukraine. So that's who you're voting for. Democrats that want to be Republicans. That's who you're voting for. So let's quote. That is the start and the end of the story when it comes to California, and elsewhere. New York City issued fewer new housing permits in the 2010s than it did in the 2000s or in the 1960s. It has, year after year, created more jobs than homes. So we got more people making money in New York. Maybe not a good amount of money. Maybe not a good amount of money. Maybe not even enough to live. Maybe not even enough to go buy a pair of socks at the store or buy a banana at the grocery store. However, we're creating more jobs. We're just not giving you housing because we're favoring the banks and we're the Democratic Party. And all we care for is that these big investment firms and these big landlord corporations and these real estate firms and the big banks and the federal lenders are federal contractors are all filling our pockets, and then they're getting a bunch of loopholes from us. That's why you have all these jobs and no homes.
Yeah.
Nationally, household growth and new construction have been essentially coincident for the last 7 or 8 years, said Herbert of Harvard. Typically, t- housing construction exceeds household formation by about 20% because they're always removing housing that has outlived its useful life. We haven't been doing that for a long time. Just by that very simple measure, we're not building enough. There's a theme here. We're not building enough. They didn't do it in the 70s. They didn't do it in the 80s. Ronald Reagan ruined a lot of crap in the 80s. They didn't do it in the 90s. They barely did it in the 2000s. And from the 2010s and on, oh, by the way, they caused the Great Recession and the subprime mortgage crisis in 08, 07, and 08.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the 2010s and on, they have not built homes because they want to recoup all those profits they lost and screw you over, even though they already screwed you over.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, I just want people to know the theme. M. Nolan Gray, the housing resolution. What? M. Nolan Gray, the housing revolution is coming, huh? The answer is to build more, a lot more. Rough.
Rise and shine, honey bun.
Good morning, honey. Did you smell the coffee?
Ooh,
Rough.
that coffee is strong. Stronger than that Cuban coffee.
God damn. I don't know what's stronger than that. Rough estimates of what economists call the housing gap, how much the United States would have to build to bring it back in line with historical trends. It says aren't difficult to come by. Looking at the number of American households and the number of vacant housing units, Freddie Mac, the government-sponsored purchaser of mortgage-backed securities, yes,
Freddie Mac.
uh-huh,
You gotta love him.
estimates a current supply shortage of 3.8 million units, driven by a 40-year collapse in the construction of homes smaller than 1,400 square feet.
So this isn't just a new thing for the 2010s and the 2000s. No, this has been going on for 40 damn years.
So this has been going on since at least the 1970s.
Mm-hmm. Man, you gotta love Reagan's ass for that one.
Yeah, 50 years. At least the 1980s. Yeah, 1980s.
And you know what? You know which homes are the ones that are 1,400 square meters or 1,400 square feet or less? Those are the starter homes, the ones that a little family starts. You know, just a husband, a wife, and maybe their first child. And that's what gets you to the point where you start to slowly build wealth. You start to slowly build asset accumulation because you start out with this 1,200 square foot home or this 1,300 square foot home, and you continue. You sell that home when you could turn a good profit on it, when you've developed some equity in it, you've cultivated some of that equity, and then you go around, maybe buy a slightly bigger home, and you start to build up. And that is the secret behind American wealth building, not this whole like cryptocurrency scams with the FTX or the BlockFi, not with all these weird dudes who are telling you get rich quick schemes and Ty Lopez and all those bullshitters, right? No, the real way is through starting out with your nice little starter home. And the problem is there's no such thing as starter homes anymore because they're not being built.
Exactly. Can I find the unit again? So it says he estimates a current supply shortage of 3.8 million units.
Let that sink in. 3.8 million units. And remember, each unit should house between 4 and 6 people.
So 3.8 million times 4, what is that?
It's going to be a little under 16 million, but that's 16 million more people who are unhoused than originally would have been the case. At least.
Times 5? Times 5, 3.8 million times 5, what's that?
Damn. Whew.
Let's see. 3.8 million times 5.
3,800,000 times 5 is 19 million.
So it's 19 million Americans that are unhoused. How about times 6?
19 million more than would have been originally the case.
Exactly. Now, what about 6? Let's see. 19. Wait, hold on. Let's see. Hold on. 3.8 million times 6.
3,800,000 times 6 is 22,800,000.
Wow.
And that's not just how many people. That is more than would have been originally the case. Because the originals are the people who maybe are suffering through mental health things or choose to be homeless. There's a few people who do make that.
Yes,
choice.
there
Very
are.
rare.
And
Very
there's a good book called Beneath the Neon, and it's about Vegas. And so beneath the strip there are tunnels. Beneath the Rio, beneath the Wind, beneath the Circa, beneath which is a new one, beneath the Mandalay Bay. There are all these tunnels of people that either lost everything from gambling or the crisis, or they just were like, fuck it, I just want to be homeless. The point is, there's a different variety, yes, but that's 3.8 million housing units
that don't exist. That should exist.
not
that
built.
don't exist. That should exist.
That should exist. That's 3.8 million housing units. That is between 16 to 22 million Americans not able to get a house. 16 to 22 million.
Wow.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
That is insane.
That is more people than balls I've lost in my life.
What was that?
I said that's more people than balls I've lost in my life.
And you've lost plenty of those.
Yeah, but it hasn't gotten up to 16 million yet.
I like how you say yet.
Yeah, it's going to get there eventually, let's be honest. I wonder what's going to get there first. My balls, or the population of homeless people still going up because the Biden administration, among others, don't want to do anything to address the crisis in a real way.
Well, I think your balls, but that's because it'll happen faster because of all the girls. However, he just said something important, ladies and gentlemen. Biden and the Democrats don't want to help you. Remember that eviction moratorium that was extended because of the virus? Oh, right, it wasn't. Because Biden never told the Democrats to do it. And when
Cory Bush was sitting outside the Capitol with her little lawn chairs. Yeah,
right?
Cory Bush was out there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm going to sleep out here. That was a stunt.
Yeah. She had some nice blankets, and she kept herself warm. I bet you Nancy Pelosi sent her a warm meal from home.
Yeah, a warm meal from home. Who has someone with a $10,000 fridge full of really fancy ice cream and the Speaker of the House sending them warm meals and warm blankets and having warm blankets on Skid Row?
I want to bet Nancy Pelosi went ahead and sent her some of them fancy ice creams.
How would you want to bet that there's like a vanilla caramel gray ritzy ice cream that if you're not rich you can't take a bite,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But again, so Nancy Pelosi's not helping you. Instead of voting for an eviction moratorium, they recessed the House, and at the time AOC and the rest of them had to run back to the House to get them to do a moratorium. They should have voted on this before. Instead, they played the blame game. That's what they did. They played the blame game. That's all they did. So this is why the Democratic Party is corrupt. Mm-hmm. They are. And anyone who says they're not are chumps. They are. I don't care who. I don't care who.
They're worse than chumps. They're one-pump chumps.
Exactly. They are chumps, and they're Democratic bootlickers, and they're misinformed. They're misinformed because the Democrats are not here for you. Where's the rent control, Democrats? Where's the rent control? I
Where's
don't
that
see it.
Gavin Newsom? I don't hear nothing from him coming out of California with some rent control shit.
No, but hey, but you know what they're trying to do in New York? We're just gonna put the mental health people in jail. We're gonna put them in
Eric
programs,
Adams,
even though they don't want
step
it.
up the police force. Yeah, Eric Adams goes out and sends some more cops to pick up the
Yeah,
mentally ill.
let's put more cops in the street, and that's the problem. We're putting cops.
Eric
in the
Adams is a cop.
Exactly. We put a cop in charge of a city. The problem is the cops. We're giving them too much to do, and that's the reason we have so many goddamn shootings. That's one of the reasons. Because we're giving them too much to do, and they don't know how to deal with people. They're impatient, and they're taught to kill whatever they come across. We
Trigger
should be sending
happy.
social workers to these cities and to these homeless people, helping them out, and I guarantee you we'd have a better situation. But no, we got a Democratic Party in charge of government that doesn't give a shit about you or your families, and you guys keep voting for them. People keep voting for the Democratic Party, and then I hear, oh, we got to protect democracy. Yeah, we don't have a goddamn democracy when your oligarchs took it over, and this is the problem we're now encountering. A housing issue with all these mechanisms going at it because the Democratic Party took a bunch of money from big real estate corporations, investment firms, landlord corporations, the big banks, federal lenders and contractors, and guess what? They are against you. They're not for you.
Mm-hmm. Amen, brother. Amen.
I'm just passionate because I'm tired of seeing people homeless when I know there's a solution, and when I know the people in power aren't doing jack shit to solve the issue.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
The group Up for Growth also arrived at an estimate of 3.8 million using data on the total demand for housing and the overall supply of habitable available units. The National Association of Realtors compared the issuance of housing permits with the number of jobs created in 174 different metro areas.
Mm-hmm.
It found that only 38 metro regions are permitting enough new homes to keep up with job growth in more than a dozen areas, including New York, the Bay Area, Boston, Los Angeles, Honolulu. Let's see, Miami and Chicago. Hold on. Oscar's texting me.
Oh Lord.
And it's distracting me. And Chicago, just one new home is getting built for every 20 plus jobs created. So 174 counties. And how many let's see. To keep up to found that let's see. Hold on. So compare the issues of permits with the created the jobs. It found that only 38 metro regions, 38 out of 174.
Wow.
One for every 20. Let's see. It's right here. Is getting built. One new home is getting built for every 20 plus jobs created. One home for every 20 jobs. Only 78 of 174 metro areas are allowing permits. You see, this is the problem. The NAR estimates
National Association of Realtors, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Estimates a building gap of as many as 7 million units. These numbers draw on data such as vacancy rates, household formation trends, and building trends, but none of the estimates capture what come to think I've come to think of as the affordability gap, the difference between the difference between the housing we have and the housing we would need in order to ensure that working class people could once again live in our big coastal cities for a reasonable cost. So we're gonna stop there with this article because it's gonna get me even more mad.
Mhm.
But I mean, let's get your ending before I give mine. While I get the next tab, let's get your ending thoughts on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, to be real with you, it's a major problem that's going to take a lot of effort to address. It's
Right.
there's gonna have to be policy shifts, but there's also gonna have to be changes in the American perception of you know what a home is, because so many rich people think that you just buy as many homes as they want and just rent them out and become the landlord class, right? You have BlackRock doing that kind of stuff. You have other guys doing that kind of stuff, and so many people being, unfortunately, I don't think it's by choice, but being okay with just being a permanent renter class. We have to demand more rights to owning homes, not just renting them. Because then the oligarch class, the plutocrat class, are going to sit here and buy up all the homes and charge us an arm, a leg, and a shoulder to be tenants for in perpetuity.
Right.
So we have to change our mindset. Policy has to change, and a demand to build more homes is the key issue. And it's going to take a lot of effort. It's going to keep on having this conversation. It's going to take housing rights activists to get on the streets and demand their rights. It's going to take a lot.
Because what would you, and I agree
Because
with
it took 40 years to get here to where we are now. 40 years of corruption, 40 years of all kinds of different chicanery and bullshit that these guys have been pulling, and we're in such a deep hole. It's going to take a while to dig ourselves out. It really is. And
it
that's
is.
not for you
And
to lose hope. That's just to tell you we got to work hard. We got to bust our asses
and back them up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Where are you, Antoine?
come on, Antoine. Anyway, uh, but there you go. Again, what you described is people power, and people tell you to hate your neighbor. Hate your neighbor because he's a Trump supporter.
I voted for Trump. You voted for Obama. We shouldn't give two shits. We should all stand up together. You know what I mean?
Right. Forget that whole, hate your neighbor. Stop focusing on your neighbor as a Trump supporter. Yeah, on the issues you can work with them on, work with them. On the issues you can't, and they're really nutcases, then fine. That's okay. We understand that. But
Don't
don't
actively try to beat them with a stick. Just leave them be. Whatever.
exactly. And not only that, but you got to think about it. What brings people together? Working class issues. I can't afford my rent. I can't afford my groceries. I can't afford my power. I can't afford my gas.
Multiracial, multi-generational working class.
Multi-generational working
It's the
class.
stuff Bernie
Old,
Sanders
young,
talked about until he sold himself out.
until he sold himself out and made millions of dollars, and then voted for the largest upward transfer of wealth in human race history. $4.25 trillion all to Wall Street, and you got a crummy $1,000 check. Or a 50, or was it 1,500, whatever it was, and then a $600 check, and then another like $1,400. That's all you got, and all these guys who continue to recoup their benefits, they've more than recuperated their benefits.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you agree? So if they've already done that, and the government keeps bailing them out, where's our bailout? Where's ours? And it's going to take people power. The government hates when people come together. When people come together, I don't care if you're black, white, Hispanic, Asian American, South Asian Pacific Islander, Muslim, Indian, Native American, Republican, Libertarian, Green, a Democrat, whatever you are, independent, you all need to come together. Everyone needs to come together and fight these assholes who are in government that are screwing you over and creating this. This is not a household crisis, a housing crisis that just fell out of the sky. They created it.
Mm-hmm.
They created it.
Yeah.
So you got, and Oscar said that's he said a joke that's a girl's favorite phrase for you.
I created it.
Something like that I forgot the joke, but so there you go. Come together, fight these guys, and watch them change. Why do you think Joe Biden? And we're gonna get into the strike later on. Actually, let's get into Bush real quick, and then we'll go into
some Bush, and then I got some breaking news for you. If you know whenever you have me present it.
Okay, so hold on a second. We're gonna go over after this the thing we have on the screen here, shared on the screen, of George Bush repeatedly lying about 9/11. Naeem, and on this video, if you want me to pause it, just tell me, okay? Because you've done that before. But the Democrats blocked railway workers from striking because they understood that railway workers run this goddamn country, and if they strike, everything stops. So we need a general strike, and we need this crisis fixed. Naeem, you want to get to your breaking news?
Yeah, we got some breaking news out of Germany right now. There was, as of now, at least 25 people arrested. There was a serious claim, apparently, that they were planning a coup of the German government and wanted to return to this theory of the Kaiser's German Empire. One of the individuals involved in the what was supposed to be a coup attempt is a descendant of German royalty. So they were planning on crowning this person Kaiser because of the blood relation. This coup attempt was it's unclear if it's been fully stopped, but what we do know is that at least 25 people have been arrested in raids, and there are continuing to make arrests. Their plan was to recruit military officers. It is unclear now. Some people, some commenters are saying this was a far right-wing coup. Others are saying this was sponsored by Russia. Others yet are saying this was sponsored by other actors such as China or Iran. None of those claims are substantiated. None of those claims have been authenticated, so I wouldn't take those. But what I will say is, it has been confirmed by the German government that 25 people have been arrested. One of them is a direct descendant of the former Kaiser royal family. So it seems a little fantastical. It seems a little odd to hear about this in the 21st century, but there are some people who thought that they could bring the German Empire back, I guess. So whether they're far right or something else is unclear, but this is confirmed that 25 people have been arrested.
Okay, breaking news here on the channel, and we will continue to monitor that now that Naeem has broken that on our channel. Thank you for that. And can you give me a history on the Kaiser?
So the last Kaiser was Wilhelm. He was serving during World War I. Germany was aligned with the Ottoman Empire, which was a crumbling empire at the time, but Germany was not so much described as a crumbling empire. But in World War I, they were defeated nonetheless by the Americans, the British. I believe the Russians were in on it for a while. I'm not exactly sure. I always get confused about the Russian role in World War I. But the Americans, British, French, and they ended up defeating the Germans and the Ottomans. The Ottoman Empire eventually became the Republic of Turkey under Ataturk, and the German Empire was forced to pay hundreds of millions of I guess German marks or dollars or whatever currency was agreed upon in reparations to the victorious nations, which bankrupted Germany so bad. The Kaiser was thrown out of power, deposed, and then the Weimar Republic became a thing for a while. The Weimar Republic was economically crushed because of these absurd reparations that the U.S. and Great Britain put on them. That's eventually how Hitler came to power.
And Hitler came to power
because the German people were economically broken.
Exactly. And he had absolutely awful, horrific, racist, sexist, xenophobic ideas.
But he claimed he would fix the economy.
He claimed he'd fix the economy. And what did we tell the Democratic Party all the time? Forget your cultural war issues right now. Focus on the economy. Fix the economy. Give people a roof over their heads. Give people health care. And then they'll start caring. Give people college, and then they'll start caring about your cultural war issues. Because now they're stressed.
Because if you don't help them fix their economy, what's going to happen is someone who's going to make Trump look tame, someone more extreme than Trump, is going to come out of the woodwork and promise to fix the economy, but with the undercondition that they're going to do some racist, xenophobic, horrifying shit. So if we don't address the economic issues while we have at least people who are somewhat mentally stable to help fix these situations, we're going to end up in a situation where an insane person's going to claim they want to fix this situation. And God forbid we're going to vote that person in. And we hope this never happens, right? But that could be, we could literally be repeating history, unfortunately. Because Hitler was voted in simply because he promised he'd fix the economy. Now we can argue whether he actually did. We can argue what the value of the Autobahn was, the highway he built. But I don't like to entertain these types of things because, you know, Hitler was just a horrific, horrible, terrible person that no one should find any excuses for. But the reality of the situation
unless your name is Kanye West.
Unless your name is even Alex Jones got uncomfortable.
Even he was
Kanye
like,
had to say, that was
no, I love Hitler. And Alex Jones on the thing, he's like, this is crazy. Like even he's like,
I mean, whoa. Alex Jones was literally he tried to give Kanye 50 different outs. He's like, you mean the uniforms, right? You just like the uniforms. And then Kanye West sounded like he was having like some orgasm or something. I love Hitler.
Like he just you know, came and his legs were shaking.
I'm coming all over Hitler's face right now.
But again, I mean, and that mask he was wearing too, and the fact that he had a puppet and he made Benjamin.
He had a net. He called him Nettin.
Yeah. He had a net and he had a Yoo-hoo.
Yoo-hoo chocolate milk bottle, and he put the net over the Yoo-hoo as Nettin. Yoo-hoo.
And he said, I only heard about this guy like 2 weeks ago. Oh, I love Kanye's music, and he's one of the best artists out ever. And he's an amazing showman. He can put on a show, but please stick to concerts, Kanye. Anyway,
whatever happened to George W. Bush doesn't care for black people? Whatever happened to that? Whatever happened to the idea that the hip hop industry was actually anti-gay and that was messed up? I thought that Kanye stood for he was against homophobia. He was against racism. He was against xenophobia. Whatever happened to that, Kanye?
I think he's just mentally ill. I really do. But anyway, Hitler came to power because of economic hurt. Trump came to power because of economic hurt. That's the problem. And the Democrats don't get it.
We're lucky Trump was an idiot. We're lucky.
We are. We are very lucky.
What happens if a smart Trump comes out of nowhere?
God forbid. What if Ron DeSantis comes out?
Yeah, and he wins? Pence.
Pence is an idiot. But
Pompeo's bullshit. Right?
Pompeo, yeah. But he's bombastic. He wanted to assassinate Julian Assange. So the point is, if Ron DeSantis came out, he's smart. And he knows how to build coalitions. He's so smart. He just took over the entire Florida legislature. Okay, so I don't want to hear it. I don't agree with Ron DeSantis virtually on 99% of his issues. Yeah, I don't agree with Hitler at all on any of his issues except the Ottoman. And guess what? Hitler was a smart son of a bitch, except when it came to 1944. Because at the end of 1943 to end of 1945, he was dumb. He started to become too crazy where he wasn't able to actually fight the war. Well, and he started to underestimate what his soldiers were telling him. General, we can't be here. It's too cold. I don't care. Keep going. And there you go. Battle of Stalingrad. They all died. So, we're gonna continue on the foreign policy, I guess we could say. George Bush was, remember when Trump on the debate stage said the it came out of it came down under your reign, under your brother's reign. Boo, boo. Oh, it's true. And Bush ignored memos, and these are horrific attacks on 9/11. We will never forget. Always remember the, uh, you know, um, uh, um, very, thousands and thousands of people died. Or thousands of people died, tens of thousands affected, thousands injured. We will never forget that god awful day. Um, I think we both can agree, as to a Latino and a Muslim, that unfortunately, there was a lot of racism with the Muslim registry that was Bush and all of that. It's not
the fly list or whatever. Mm-hmm.
the fly list, no fly list zone, whatever. But your neighbors who are Muslim are not the reason 9/11 was caused.
And we were just as heartbroken for the losses as everyone else was.
And there were Muslims on those planes.
Mm-hmm.
So
there were Muslims who died in the World Trade Center. There were Muslims who died in the Pentagon. They worked with the U.S. government, but their practicing faith was Islam.
That's right.
Freedom of religion, right?
Freedom of religion, which that's murky. That's a gray area. But again, I just had to get that out of the way. So Bush could have prevented 9/11. If not prevented it, why didn't we have planes ready to go by the towers? Well, the reason is before someone else had authority, and Heather, I forget the name, but someone else. The president is the person who gives the authority for launches for the fighter jets.
Yes,
well,
indeed.
before 9/11 in the 1980s, it was somebody else who had the authority. Well, they couldn't get a hold of Bush. Well, that's why we didn't have planes in New York. Again, even at top speed, they couldn't get there until both towers were hit. And they're like, oh, these are on fire. We're out of here.
Yeah.
So let's go into how Bush lied repeatedly on 9/11.
They're now letting you know, secret 9/11 memo reveals Bush was rewriting the history of 9/11 attacks on the warnings he'd tuned out. And the warnings he'd tuned out. Wait a minute. George Bush lied about 9/11? Get out.
Breaking news. Breaking news now. George Bush lied about 9/11.
No.
News now. Oh, I am so shocked.
What?
I am so shocked.
You're telling me that idiot, alcoholic, dude, war criminal, you're telling me what?
Lied about 9/11? Shit, I thought he was the most honest person in the world, bro. I thought he was being real.
Me too.
Ooh,
okay.
I thought he was smoking some honesty weed. He was smoking some honesty grass.
Bluegrass.
Drink that truth serum.
You guys.
Come on.
Come on. On April 29th, 2004, President George W. Bush hosted one of the most unusual meetings to ever take place inside the Oval Office. The 10 members of the 9/11 Commission got to ask him and Vice President Dick Cheney any question they wanted about the September 11th attacks.
As long as Dick Cheney approved it, anyway.
The words that were spoken in that room remained secret for nearly 2 decades. Now we can finally read what Bush said. Earlier this month, after more than 18 years, the government declassified a 31-page memorandum for the record, which compiles notes that the commissioners took during the meeting. Now, if you remember, George Bush would not testify in front of that committee without Dick Cheney next to him and without it being secret.
Okay, so again, Bush trying to avoid accountability here. Naeem, why do you think he would, A, not do it if it wasn't in secret, and B, not do it without Dick Cheney next to him?
It's all about manufacturing consent. It's all about making sure that people feel, these 9/11 Commission people feel, that they're actually being given access to the information, that they're not being locked out. But they really are being locked out. They really are being locked out from the reality that George W. Bush was being yanked on the chain by by Dick Cheney because Dick Cheney was his puppet master. Dick Cheney was his dog owner. Dick Cheney was all them shits. I mean, I'm pretty sure Dick Cheney was giving him dick in the process too.
I mean, come on. After he shot somebody in the face.
Yeah, see, and then he shot his load all over Bush's face. But anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dick. Such a good guy. But I think it's also exactly one. Dick Cheney is a pro-war fucking maniac, and he received.
We got to get into Iraq.
Gotta get into Iraq. But in the 1990s, he said, "Why the fuck?" In the 90s, he said, "Why the fuck would we go into Iraq? There's no strategy. We have no reason to be in Iraq. We have no exit strategy. Why?" Well, then Halliburton gave him hundreds of millions of dollars, and he went, "I think we should go into Iraq." That's incredibly funny. So, that's before he became vice president. When he was become vice president, they gave him millions of dollars. So
Dick Cheney's still alive, by the way.
Yes.
So why don't they put him up in jail?
Well, again, why don't they put Bush up in jail? Well, both of them aren't allowed in Canada.
Because they'll be allowed in
arrested.
Mm-hmm.
And they've said, any of these guys go, like Jenny DeSantos, who was the CIA director, any of these guys come, we're arresting them. We don't give a damn.
Mm-hmm.
So again, we let our criminals get away with things. And George Bush needed Dick Cheney because everything ran through Dick Cheney. You had an alcoholic president in office who didn't do anything. Dick Cheney did it all. Oh, and why didn't he testify in public where we could all see?
Yeah, instead of holding this closed door meeting at the Oval Office.
And then hiding it for
if he was really not afraid of hiding shit, he should have come out and given a speech to everyone and done public comment and have us all come around and ask the White House, ask President Bush to answer for everything.
Well, but he didn't testify in Congress. I wonder why the President of the United States didn't testify in Congress. Probably because he's culpable. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
And we let that happen. Well, you know why? Because our media is bought by the military-industrial complex, which wanted a war in Iraq.
That's absolutely true. For 2 years, between 2002 and 2003, 2001 and 2003, they lied about Iraq. Dick Cheney went to that New York Times writer, Julie, whatever her name was, Judy. Oh my God, I forget what her name is. And he said, "Hey, tell them that they have vials." And then she repeated it. "Oh, what are you gonna? I'm Dick Cheney." And she repeated that they had vials, and they never did. And they lied about Iraq. They got the American people on their side, and guess what? It was all a big lie. But that's because the military-industrial complex wanted a war. The media was funded by the military-industrial complex, and that's why they let Bush get away with this. That's why no one in the media was asking, "Why ain't Bush talking?" Mm-hmm. Why? Because they're all funded. There's this corruption. We cover this on the channel for a reason.
And even still, the 9/11 Commission in the report was like the only report produced by the federal government that was like more flawed and politically manipulated than the JFK assassination.
They all denounced it. Didn't every member of the fucking committee denounce the thing?
Yeah.
The document shows the commissioners giving Bush multiple chances to acknowledge the numerous documented warnings he'd received from his own government of impending attacks by al-Qaeda. For the most part, Bush failed to do so. Instead, he passed the buck. Perhaps the largest of Bush's evasions that day concerned his CIA director, George Tenet. The threat was overseas. That was
I made a mistake in the live stream description. It's George Tenet.
What George said. Bush's implication at the time is clear. He wanted the commission, and by extension the public, to think that no one could have anticipated al-Qaeda mounting a large-scale attack on U.S. soil. But in fact, Tenet's CIA had warned Bush more than once that al-Qaeda could strike anywhere at any time, and that all U.S. citizens were potential targets. The most notorious warnings that Bush received, but not the only one, was a CIA briefing headline. The headline was, "Bin Laden determined to strike the U.S." Very little of Bush's...
Anything? Couldn't be more obvious. Couldn't be more obvious, right? Couldn't be more obvious.
Right, couldn't be more obvious. And that Bush ignored those memos. Bin Laden determined to strike. And what did he tell the CIA? Good, you covered your ass. Go home. That's what he said. Because Bushy boy good old Bushy Bush was on vacation. That's the problem. He ignored all those memos. And Jimmy Dore's going to go over. He created this lax environment in the intelligence community.
Because he didn't want to worry about it. He just wanted to party all day and collect all that money and,
And Dick Cheney wanted a war, so he wasn't going to do anything. We could have not had a war, and thousands of Americans die, and tens of thousands be injured. And our kids today that were born at the time of 9/11 are going to the war their parents served in.
Yeah.
We could have avoided all of that had Bush not had Bush not ignored those memos.
Yep.
So that lie that he's saying, hey, I didn't know. Come on, who was gonna know that they were gonna mount an attack? He knew. He absolutely know. He absolutely knew. That question that was asked to Nixon: what did the president know and when did he know it? What did Bush know and when did he know it? He knew it all.
To strike the U.S. Very little of Bush's excuse-making and clumsy attempts to rewrite history found their way into the 9/11 Commission's report. Really? Indeed, one of the commissioners, Richard Ben Venesti, told Insider he still had questions today about what Bush knew and when. I
think the whole public wants to know what did Bush know and when.
Bush best get his ass out there and explain everything to us now, or he's going to serve some time in prison.
If only we had a government and a media that actually would do that.
Could never square in my mind CIA Director's Tenet intense preoccupation with the al-Qaeda threat in the months leading up to 9/11 with his claim that he never briefed President Bush on the many clues the intelligence community had developed that bin Laden was planning to launch a spectacular attack on the U.S. homeland, Benaviste said. The commissioner's reports approach to the commission report's approach to the mystery is to make the apparent disconnect between CIA and the Oval Office sound like something out of a Greek tragedy.
Anything? Any you want to?
I mean, I don't know. Me personally, I'm not too surprised because we always knew, especially many American Muslims knew, that Bush was intentionally being complacent. Because he wanted to frame more contexts in order to blame the outsider threat, to blame Muslims. Islamophobia was really actually there for him. And, well, I mean, if there was even the slightest suspicion that there would be an attack, I mean, I might be accusing him here without evidence, so I apologize, but he'd let the attack happen in order to manufacture consent. In order to make sure we prepare for a war, in order to make sure we produce an environment that's Islamophobic.
No one working on these late...
Sorry about that. Press the button. Exactly. And Noam Chomsky talked about manufactured consent. And Bush wanted that war. He needed that war. They got paid to do that war. They were the military industrial complex donated to Bush's campaign. Of course they wanted that war.
Al-Qaeda leads in the summer of 2001 connected them to the high level of threat reporting. No analytic work foresaw the lightning that could connect the thundercloud to the ground. What the new memo makes clear is that the White House's lack of urgency in facing down the domestic Al-Qaeda threat wasn't all that complicated. Tenet, the record shows, did everything he could to get Bush to focus on Al-Qaeda. Bush just wasn't interested.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not interested.
Yeah, bro, I'm interested. I really just want to pop open a bottle.
Pop open a bottle here in my ranch in Texas, and I want to shoot it. I want to do shooting. Wow, not interested. Not interested in protecting the country. What are you doing?
No, just interested in getting drunk.
What are you
trying to mimic Bush here as he pops open a bottle?
What were you doing?
This Bush pops open a bottle.
No, I'm serious. What were you doing? It's like, it sounded like whipped cream / snorting of something.
Oh yeah, I'm sorting that coke. You know, Bush used to do coke too. You know that, right?
Yeah, he was in the 90s. He was a fucking raging alcoholic.
Yeah, and he used to love his cocaine.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to understand how Bush escaped blame for 9/11, winning a second term despite having presided over one of the gravest and most costly failures in presidential history, you need to understand exactly what happened that day in the Oval Office almost 20 years ago. The White House had negotiated for the joint meeting where Bush and Cheney would sit and answer questions together. But Bush didn't lean too heavily on this accommodation.
You know why? Another reason why they had Cheney there is to control Bush, to make sure that he didn't accidentally fucking reveal something that would incriminate him further. That's why.
President was well briefed and answered our questions fully. One of the 9/11 commissioners, Governor Thomas H. Keene of New Jersey, told Insider, the president's demeanor throughout was relaxed, notes the memo. He answered questions without notes.
Yeah, because they gave him his notes. Dick Cheney told him what to say. Bush was an idiot, but he wasn't that dumb. He knew exactly what to say. Dick Cheney told him what to say. That's why he was well versed. That's why he was well briefed. That's why he had no notes. Because him and Dick Cheney met that morning and they did the briefing. That's why.
2 weeks before the committee's Oval Office meeting, the commission had heard from Tenet. His public testimony raised more questions than it answered, especially about what Bush knew and when.
Oh.
In the spring and summer of 2001, Tenet had warned Bush no fewer than 40 separate times that a major attack by al-Qaeda was on the horizon.
40 separate times minimum. 40 separate times that we're going to get attacked. And Bush ignored every one of those memos. Every single one. Okay.
Analysts called the flood of warnings a threat spike and the summer of threat.
Ah.
Nevertheless, Bush chose to spend most of August at his ranch in Crawford, Texas, on a working vacation.
Yeah, okay. Working vacation. You mean that that summer when people were going to work, all those people in the towers that were going to work, they didn't have to die? Oh, okay.
Shortly after arriving on August 6th, he'd received the detailed president's daily brief from the CIA with its direct warning that bin Laden intended to strike inside the U.S. By 2004, after the PDB became public, commentators were taking seriously the possibility that Bush had one job, keep the country safe, and that he failed to do it.
No. We created a torture program. We started a war in Afghanistan, sending our troops into harm's way. We created a war in Iraq, sending our troops into harm's way. We started drone strikes, sending our troops and civilians into harm's way. No. Okay.
If only Osama had faxed an X marks the spot map to the Crawford Ranch showing the Pentagon, the Capitol, the Twin Towers, and the word boom scrawled in Arabic, wrote Maureen Dowd in the New York Times opinion columnist at the time. That might have sparked sluggish imaginations, or maybe not. Fortunately for Bush, the 9/11
Review that. I want to hear that one again.
Do that. Let's hear that one again.
Or maybe not. Fortunately for...
hold on. Whoops. Oh, God damn it. What happened? Oh, here we go.
Scrawled in Arabic, wrote Maureen Dowd in the New York Times opinion columnist at the time. That might have sparked sluggish imaginations, or maybe not. Fortunately for Bush, the 9/11 Commission report was careful not to point the finger directly at the sitting president.
Hold on.
While the report acknowledges that the August 6th President's Day taking seriously the possibility intended to strike inside the U.S. By 2004, after the PDB became public, commentators were taking seriously the possibility that Bush had one job, keep the country safe, and that he failed to do it. If only Osama had Facts and X marks the spot map to the Crawford Ranch, showing the Pentagon, the Capitol, the Twin Towers, and the word boom scrawled in Arabic, wrote Maureen Dowd in the New York Times opinion columnist at the time. That might have sparked sluggish imaginations, or maybe not.
Maybe.
Fortunately for Bush, the 9/11 Commission report.
I don't know. I don't know. Bush was too busy eating barbecue and drinking beer, ignoring memos. I don't know if that.
You won't know how to read the word boom in Arabic. Yeah, you won't know how to read the word boom in Arabic.
I think it says boom, baby. I think it says boom shakalaka, bombastic, bomb. What the? Okay.
Dowd in the New York Times opinion columnist at the time. That might have sparked sluggish imaginations, or maybe not. Fortunately for Bush, the 9/11 Commission report was careful not to point the finger directly at the sitting president. While the report acknowledges that the August 6th President's Daily Briefing headlined Bin Laden determined to strike in the United States, it states unequivocally that there is no indication of any further discussion by Bush and his team regarding a domestic terror attack.
No further discussion.
No further discussion. All right. No further discussion.
Let's wait until it's too late, when over 5,000 Americans will die. Let's wait, shall we? Let's wait. And how many people were injured? How many families were scarred? How much money did the life insurance companies have to dish out because of Bush? They still donated to him. But my field is life insurance, so I had to make that joke.
Yeah.
Or my dad said it was a joke. Anyway, I didn't directly point the finger at the sitting president. Why not? Why not? He was exactly the problem. George Tenet, I mean, he participated in some crazy shit. He did what he needed to do. He did his job. Bush didn't do his. How do you not point the finger at him? I don't get it.
Because you just don't. You just don't.
Reading the commission's report, one can see a torrent of warnings coming out of the CIA and a sense of growing alarm among Bush's counterterrorism team. But the failure of those loud and repeated warnings to reach Bush's brain is attributed mainly to institutional problems, issues with imagination, policy, capabilities, and management. Unlike Dowd, the commission chose not to question Bush's competence.
Yeah, they can't question Bush's competence, all right.
I mean, hold on. You're going to tell me that everyone was concerned but the White House? Everybody was concerned. Every goddamn person in the counterterrorism organizations in the government.
Yep,
and they were concerned. They were concerned. But not Bush. Not good old Bush. Good old Bush was not worried or concerned at all.
Not at all.
We chose not to assign individual responsibility for the failure to prevent 9/11.
We chose not to assign individual responsibility. Huh.
Viste, the former commissioner of 9/11 commissioner, said, but rather to lay out the facts we had uncovered and allow the public and ultimately history to make judgments based on the factual record.
Let's allow the public and history to judge based on facts they don't have.
Not the commission assigned to do so. No.
The commission that we paid millions of dollars in taxpayer dollars and taxpayer funds to pay to determine who was responsible, to judge who was responsible, to make a judgment. Not them. They're not responsible. The commission that's responsible is not responsible. We are. The people we hired. Amazing. Incredible.
On the question of pre-9/11 warnings, Bush stuck to a few points. First, according to Bush, the al-Qaeda threat, as was presented to him, was almost exclusively overseas. Second, the extent that al-Qaeda posed a threat to the U.S. soil, Bush says that no one told him how, when, or where it would strike. There was, in his view, no actionable intelligence, not about Osama bin Laden, not about al-Qaeda personnel on U.S. soil.
Lies. All lies. All lies.
August 6th briefing about bin Laden's intentions, he said, was historical in nature. Other than that, Bush claimed he had never been informed about the potential for an attack on the U.S. There was no such actionable intelligence on such a threat, he told the commission. Not one.
Not one. I mean, what's your take here?
Breaking news is all I have to say. No. We all knew he was dropping the ball. We knew he was dropping the ball, bro. We certainly knew he was dropping the ball.
Yeah, I mean, just absolute stupidity and culpability here. Absolute. So.
Third, Bush didn't think it was productive to assign responsibility for pre-9/11 failures to individuals. It should not be about blaming people, he said, because, yeah, you'd be blamed. That's why.
Oh, gee, don't blame people because I'm the one that people are going to point the finger to.
No need to blame.
No need to blame people. I'm telling you something. We don't need to blame people. Yeah, because you would get blamed for your failures as the commander-in-chief. Most powerful dude in the world, and you'd get blamed. That's why he didn't want to assign individual blame. That's why.
It's like nothing had to do with human error, right?
Nope. Nope.
The country was ill-served by playing the blame game. The president didn't see much point in assigning personal blame for 9/11. Nobody wants to see something like this happen. They would have moved heaven and earth to stop it.
You didn't. You didn't, Bush. You didn't move heaven and earth. You didn't get your ass off your fucking couch in the ranch, put your beer bottle down and go fucking take care of this issue.
It didn't even move your ass cheeks, let alone heaven and earth.
Exactly.
Didn't even move
Bush's repeated insistence that he was never informed of a specific threat on U.S. soil will be hard to take seriously by anyone who has read the August 6th presidential daily briefing. Bush told the commission that the PDB was historical in nature. A few weeks after the 9/11 attacks, Bush paid a visit to the Counterterrorism Center at the CIA. He walked through the corridors, making small talk and shaking hands. "Go get him," someone shouted to Bush, according to a former CIA employee who was there at the time. Bush looked stunned for a moment, then came his reply, "That's your job."
No, it isn't.
We did our job. We told you this was a shit that was going to happen. You didn't listen to us.
Exactly. We told you this was going to happen. We told you to go get these guys in the beginning. And you didn't listen to us. You never listened to us. That's your job. We did our fucking job, you asshole. Hey, check your battery power to make sure you don't die out, because I notice you're using your old phone. Oscar does too. I'm serious. I don't want you dying out.
Well, it's been charging.
Oscar, that is my mom being overbearing and calling Emily on the camera, so it just has that. Anyway.
Wow. I don't think anybody could have predicted that these people would take an airplane and slam it into the World Trade Center. Even in retrospect, there was nothing to suggest this. So that's called a professional liar and a war criminal. And she is the dregs of humanity, just like George Bush and Dick Cheney and everybody else in that administration. There is no one that she is a moral superior to.
Exactly. Nobody.
No one. Alex Jones, she's killed way more people. Alex Jones didn't start a torture program. She did. And she's lying.
Alex Jones didn't start the war in Afghanistan. Alex Jones didn't start the war in Iraq. Alex Jones didn't partner us up with Saudi Arabia, who got the Sunnis to go kill our troops in Iraq in 04, 05. Alex Jones didn't cause the subprime mortgage crisis that caused a lot of those problems we talked about on the last live stream about the 9.3 million people getting kicked out of their homes. He didn't cause a Great Recession. Now he voted for a lot of people that did. Alex Jones didn't go into Libya and turn it into a terrorist state and a terrorist vacuum and a slave market and overthrow Gaddafi. Alex Jones didn't go into Syria and occupy a third of Syria for the oil. Alex Jones didn't do any of that. Alex Jones also didn't have a 90% civilian death rate with drone strikes. Alex Jones didn't have that. She did. Bush did. Obama did. Jake Sullivan, Biden, Antony Blinken, who you claim is the best Secretary of State in the 21st century. That's why he's droning people as we speak. That's why we have concentration camps in our country. That's what. Again,
he's still better than all the other 21st century secretaries.
In what way? When he's continuing their policies,
he's not good, but he's better than Condoleezza Rice. He's better than
he's not.
Pompeo. He's better than Hillary Clinton. He's better than John Kerry.
Is that why he's still going after Julian Assange?
I'm not saying he's good. I'm just saying he's.
In what way is he better? For handling a few diplomatic things diplomatically? What? Why is he still putting out propaganda on Iran?
Yeah, but isn't a few better than zero?
No.
Condoleezza Rice did 0. Hillary Clinton did 0. John Kerry did 0. Mike Pompeo did 0. He's not amazing.
Then you're making a mistake.
He's not good. He's just better. He's not good. He's just better. I'm not saying he's good.
No, because then you're making the mistake that we make with the Democrats. Well, he's better because he's not racist. Oh, he's better because he agrees on this. He's better because he's not a homophobe. He's still going to vote for the same bullshit as the other Republicans. Antony Blinken is still doing.
What are you saying? Don't have. What are you saying? What are you saying? Don't have any diplomatic effort whatsoever.
I say that
we need at least some.
Just because you have a few. I say just because you have a few doesn't make you better. They all had diplomatic, they do that on purpose so that certain people come out and say, oh, he's better than the last one because, well, at least he had some diplomatic things.
I still think he's better than Condoleezza Rice. He's better than Mike Pompeo. He's better than Hillary Clinton. He's better than John Kerry. I don't think he's good. I don't think he's amazing. Better doesn't mean good. Better doesn't mean amazing.
Better doesn't mean better either. Hillary Clinton stopped got the ceasefire to happen in with Hamas and Gaza and Israel. But that doesn't mean she was still better than Condoleezza Rice or Mike Pompeo or James Baker. It doesn't mean that. Why? When he still continue, he's better, yet he worked with Hillary Clinton to go into Libya. Explain to me that.
I don't think he's good. I'm not saying he's
even better. He's not even better. You go up and down the list, and he's bad on every single policy. Oh, he does a few little diplomatic things. What about the major things? Why aren't we leaving Iran alone? Why aren't we letting go of their sanctions? Oh, now we reach a new oil deal with Venezuela just to avoid Russia, but he was for overthrowing Nicolas Maduro.
Okay, so you're saying if let's say the Iran thing. So you're saying John Kerry was better because he established the Iran nuclear deal.
I don't think he was better, but on the issue of Iran, yes, he was definitely better. Now, Biden didn't want the Iran nuclear deal.
Of course not.
And we're seeing that now. He won't even sign it back into law. When the Iranians were like, "Yeah, Biden, let's go," and now we got the Ayatollah in charge.
Well, and now we can't sign it back into law because Iran is doing all kinds of horrible shit to their people. So it wouldn't look good for us to sign it back into law. So yeah, it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. And guess who ruined that? Joe Biden. Guess who ruined that? Antony Blinken. Why wasn't Blinken on Biden's ass to sign that? Because them and Israel want war with Iran. And I just because he does a couple things better, every single Secretary of State will do a bunch of horrible shit and then say, hey, but I did these few diplomatic things. Doesn't make you any better than the last one. If you're still if Antony Blinken said, we're not going to bomb Afghanistan anymore, we're going to get out of Syria, we're going to help, we're just going to leave Libya alone. By the way, they're bombing Libya again, but they're bombing Somalia, which Trump stopped bombing Somalia. They left Trump left the southern Horn of Africa alone in Eritrea, and Ethiopia, right? I'm not sure if they're in the same place, but he left them alone. Biden is not leaving them alone. He's making the situation worse. And who's in charge of that? The Secretary of State. Who's the Secretary of State? Antony Blinken. So anyway, let's continue on this.
Here's George Bush.
We must stop the terror.
Oh,
I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop
He's
these
holding a
terrorist
golf club.
killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive. All right, you need another.
Hitting a golf ball and calling on nations to stop the terror.
Nice follow through.
You know what? As it relates to my brother, there's one thing I know for sure. He kept us safe.
Jeb Bush. Jebby Bush. He kept us safe by starting a torture program, by sending our brothers and sisters into war. Well, not my brothers and sisters. We're rich. By what else did he do? Oh, he occupied Libya. Saddam Hussein killed terrorists, by the way. Trump was right on that.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's more terrorists in Iran. In Iraq. How did he make us safe? I don't understand.
They just say it. They just say it. And Chris Christie.
Look, I'm happy that the passports survived the jet fuel, so we know exactly what happened on 9/11 and at World Trade Center, Tower 7, and at the Pentagon. We know exactly what happened.
How do we know exactly what happened with the passport? How did the passport survive? Ain't that interesting? Isn't that interesting that we know that the passport survived the flames? Nobody's suitcases were found. Nobody's notebooks were found. Nobody's phones at the time were found. No, the soda boxes on the plane weren't found. Nothing else but the passports. Ain't that suspicious?
Mm-hmm.
They found the hijackers' passports.
We have all the answers.
So we know everything. And Building 7 got no questions. None.
Pentagon, no questions.
I'm sure it happened exactly the way they said it. And just like with the vaccines or COVID policy or anything, if you question that, you're a white supremacist, Nazi bad person.
Of course, if you look at the World Economic Forum's website, they have a very clear minute-by-minute break.
Before we let that go, I love how my family knows I'm live. And they come in, and then I dead ass just stare at them like, get out. I'm live. I don't know how many times I have to say it. And then, oh, he's live. Get out.
Breakdown as to what happened on 9/11 that tells you the truth. No one should question that.
Tip of the hat for George Bush. The guy got to give it
You
to
know
him.
what? As it relates to my brother, there's one thing I know for sure. He kept us safe.
He knows that for sure. There's one thing I know for sure. Is cigarettes don't cause cancer. There's one thing I know for sure. No, please don't take that at face value. That's a joke. That is not. I'm not giving out medical misinformation. That is a joke. Hey, we're doing live stat.
I mean, it's just no surprise. Bush did not keep us safe.
Mm-hmm.
And you cannot question the narratives of the establishment once they say something, because then you're going to end up like me, demonetized on a lot of these videos are demonetized on YouTube. I'll get censored. they're gonna have a problem with this video right away. By the way, they really are, and they're really gonna they're gonna come after us, and you can't question the thing that goes on your arm, that whatever that word is. I don't know what that word is. I think, do you know what that word is? I don't know. I think it starts with a one of the last few letters of the alphabet. One of the last 5 letters or something like that. It goes on your arm and it causes a lot of pain. Anyway, we can't question that. We can't even have a debate on it. We can't debate the vaccine. Do you have time for a couple more, or are you
Sure. Well, yeah, I'm down.
Okay. So let me get this next tab here. Oh man. Bush lied on 9/11. Can you believe it?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And we just let him get away with it too. We did nothing. We let him get away with it. We just let it get away with it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to get this to. Let me see if I can get this tab shared. Why is this here? Oh. I have to put this back because I was watching it, and I guess it's going by my history, not by device. Oh, hold on. All right. Now watch this drive.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ. Ah, he's such a dimwit. Remember that gaffe he had? In my opinion, being a single mom is the hardest job in America. You got to put food on your children. Did you ever watch that?
Yeah. No, I haven't seen that one, but put food on your children.
Yeah, because he was trying to say, like, what is this doing? Oh, it jumped. So he was making this trying to say, like, hey, like, being a single mom is really hard, and so he says, you got to put food on your children instead of, hey, you got to put food on the table for your children.
So he said put food on your children.
Yeah, and then there was a senior citizen. Hey, I'm live. Anyway, yeah, they don't care that I'm live. I said that repeatedly on text message. Hey, I'm live, by the way. I'm live, and this is still going on. You see why I'm trying to move out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, the so anyway, no, there was a senior citizen, and she said, yeah, I have to work 3 jobs. He goes, you work, or 2 jobs. You work 2 jobs? Yeah, ain't that uniquely American? That's incredible. 2 jobs. Why does a senior citizen have to work 2 jobs?
Yeah.
Why? Oh, Bush. The good old days, right? And now they're trying to. I think Bush is worse than Trump. And now they're celebrating Bush because of Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let me get a soda for this.
All right.
I love Coke, and not the kind that Bush did.
Mm-hmm.
Bush did a lot of Coke. I'm drinking it. I only have 1, 2, 3 sodas left, huh? I gotta go to the store. Ow, oh shit. Crashing into everything.
Mm-hmm.
Let me know if you hear this. Oh, yeah. Well, I won't need this anymore, so let me, since I don't have to read anymore. All right. So, switching to another segment. The Democrats are in charge of your government. And the Democrats are, well, for now, are in charge of the entire government except the courts, most of the courts. And they had no, they didn't, they were like the Republicans. They didn't really run on policies. They said, we got to fix our democracy. The Republicans are about to come in and you know, they you know, they wanted to fix our democracy. That Republicans are going to come in and destroy everything. And my brother makes this argument. My big brother. Well, we have to. I'd rather a slow death than Republicans coming in to kill us and destroy everything. And did that help? Did that help in the midterms? Did you keep the house? Huh? Did you? Because as far as I know, I don't think that helped. Oh, they're going to destroy everything if we let them take over. Oh my God, they're going to hurt us. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. They're going to destroy the world. So the Democrats, just a bit of history. The railway workers were wanting to strike because they were not getting enough pay. They were having terrible working conditions. And, the corporations are making over $100 billion off of the backs of these workers, and these workers are not being compensated properly. Imagine Wall Street not being compensated properly. So, can you explain who are the railway workers? What do they do?
Engineers, conductors, people who operate the schedules, make the trains run, ensure that the trains are actually functional, maintenance people, track people, people at ticket counters, so on and so forth.
Right. Okay. And also the people that drive the trucks to the seaports to grab all the fish, all the shrimp, all the goods that are delivered into the country, the trucks that go across the country to deliver those goods, the steam automotives, the trains, the planes that go and take FedEx packages across the country, all those things, right? Is that also true?
Well, they're not the railway workers, but they are transport workers. Yes, they're truckers
but they work together.
UPS guys. Yeah, this particular strike though is related to the railway workers, the engineers, the conductors. There's about 100,000 of them. Mm-hmm.
Right. So and you need them. So you need those guys in order for your UPS driver, your Amazon driver, your truckers, your ships, your planes, all your FedExes. You need the guys that handle the scheduling and formatting the bus schedules and the train schedules and the ticket count. You need all of them. And if they go on strike, America stops.
Oh yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because then the truckers can't do their job. The ships can't. They're just going to be stuck with goods. And they I think they even schedule the shipping to when to come into the port and when to leave, so that there's no accidents. Right. So your planes are not going to take off with your packages over the holidays. They're just not. So the Democrats, the unions were going to go on strike. They don't need the Democrats' help, by the way. It would be nice for an endorsement, but they know they don't mean it. So they were going to go on strike because these corporations weren't helping them. Well, the Democrats had other ideas. They decided
corporations owned by the likes of Warren Buffett, for example.
That's right. Mm-hmm. That's right. And Warren Buffett is correct on certain issues, but not on all. Oh, yes, I am a Warren Buffett. So again, I mean, the Democrats voted on a bill that would restrict these workers from striking, and they denied them a 7-day paid leave.
Yeah.
That's all they wanted. 7 days.
Mm-hmm.
7 days. So here.
Hey, guess what? You voted blue and they screwed you. That's what happened if you're a worker. And I mean any worker. So The paid sick leave for rail workers just failed. Majority of workers want it. The majority of Americans support it. Majority of senators voted for it. Didn't pass.
If a majority of senators vote for it, how does it fail?
You need that filibuster. You need the 60 vote threshold. Yeah.
See, this is where the Republicans are smarter than the Democrats. And the Democrats are little pussies because we can't do it without a 60 vote. It's morally wrong if we do it. McConnell had whatever the majority was, he would, so like, let's say the majority was 52 Republicans, he'd lower it to like 50, 51. As long as I have 50 or 51 of my guys voting for it, my caucus, I'm good.
Yeah. I mean, eventually McConnell's going to be the one to eliminate the filibuster altogether.
Yeah, when he takes over in 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
So unless we have that thing, remember in 2001 when a Vermont senator switched from Republican to independent and gave Democrats the power?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't remember his name. I don't remember his name, but I know that. Yeah. So that happened. So again, Democrats could have had it's called the nuclear option. When they made the rules, they relied on what McConnell wanted, not what you wanted, not what the Democrats wanted, because they were voted in. So Chuck Schumer could have had a 51 or even a 49 nuclear option. And they went over that, and it would have passed, and we'd have 7-day paid leave for these workers.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing how the Democrats just failed from the beginning. Aside from this
country isn't even remotely a democracy. Very well said. A majority wanted paid sick leave for railroad workers? Well, not a majority of railroad tycoons. Am I right? Come on.
No, not them. You want me to pay you sick leave? I want you to work when you're sick, though.
Yeah, cough up that virus.
It's okay. I want to fire you if you get sick and you have to take off, because I'll just replace you.
Yeah.
Come on, man. I don't want to pay you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm being sarcastic. That's exactly what those companies would do. And they do it.
Boy. Yeah. Senate votes to impose contract on rail workers rejecting paid sick leave.
So the Senate is basically saying, you're going to take this contract because I effing said so. Now shut the F up. No paid leave. The government is telling you what you're going to take as a worker. Not, here are your benefits. No, we're going to do what the corporations want, and we're going to shove it down your throat. But you keep voting blue.
Mm-hmm.
So they did it. They did it. So the railroad workers have real bargaining power. They have real leverage, and they're prepared to use it. They rejected the contract that didn't give them sick pay. Railroad companies are making record billion-dollar profits. Billions and billions. It would cost about $200 million to give these people sick days. They're making billions and billions in profits.
So over, let's say, $100 billion, and it cost them $200 million. So what would that be? $700 billion left over in profits? Or I'm sorry, $700 million?
Mm-hmm.
That's not, but $200 billion or $200 million. Just now, that's a lot of money to me. But for these companies, just $200 million in sick leave. But they don't want to provide it, and the Democrats are bought by these people, so they don't want to provide it.
Mm-hmm.
And the government stepped in to screw the workers.
That's right.
The government denied them the right to strike, which is denying them the right to collectively bargain. That's what that is. So Joe Biden and the Democrats, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, the squad, they voted to screw you. And they
Yeah.
did it. They just did it.
So you voted for them to protect a democracy, and then they turned around and bit you in the ass. That's what happened. That's what happened. They told you, they screwed you over by not allowing you to bargain with your company, with your bosses.
Yeah.
They eliminated your right to strike, your First Amendment right to protest, and the freedom of assembly and the freedom of speech. They eliminated that. The Democratic Party eliminated that. Joe Biden did that. But the Republicans, they're going to kill us all. It's going to be a really fast death. Whereas Democrats, it's a slow death. Okay. Stop. So you're telling me I'm going to die, but I have a difference between a bullet and toxins in the air. Oh, that's a big. Oh, I'm going to die. Which one would I rather? Oh, that's a good question. So you don't get paid sick leave because Democrats are siding with these corporations, even though they're trying to safeguard democracy. Which we don't have a democracy. Again, I'll say it, we live in an oligarchy. Your democracy was stolen decades ago, and Citizens United made it so that we never had a democracy in the first place. Okay,
Joe Biden. Go ahead.
So great about this story is, let's just reflect on 2 years ago when the largest transnational corporations operating within the U.S. were begging for tens of billions of dollars in bailouts during COVID. And they got them just so they could use this money to do stock buybacks. And AOC, Ilhan Omar, all these people approved that, and they had no qualms with this. But when a measly group of railway workers keeping the country operating ask for the less than 2% of the railway company's annual profits to try and get 7 days paid sick leave, or some days paid sick leave, not only are they nowhere to be found, but they're actually siding with the private corporations and the government hand in hand to clamp down on these workers in a fascistic takeover. So
Naeem, I'm gonna get your opinion here, but they can vote 2 years ago for a $4.25 trillion upward transfer of wealth, the biggest upward transfer of wealth in human history for these exact corporations who needed tens of billions of dollars in bailouts. They were begging the government, please help us. And the government just gave it to them. The squad just gave it to them. AOC, Cory Bush, Jamal Bowman wasn't there. Cory Bush wasn't there either, huh? No. But they voted for another Wall Street bill when they did come into power in 2021. Raul Grijalva, Ro Khanna, I couldn't think of his name before on the other live stream. Rashida Tlaib, Ayanna Pressley, Ilhan Omar, all of them voted for that. But as soon as 100,000 railway workers say, "Hey, by the way, when I have the this virus thingy that I can't, yep, can you please give me sick pay?" No. So they do government bailouts to big corporations.
What we gotta do, bro?
I mean, give me your opinion here.
It's pretty straightforward, bro. They're just trying to make sure that these railway companies, when they have to submit to Wall Street their profits, they don't show any cut, even if it's very small. Like 2%, that's not a lot, but they're not even willing to give that up.
And the government just lets it happen, by the way. The squad just lets it happen. I thought the squad was supposed to be and Kyle Kalinske and Ryan Grimm keep running interference for politicians. Cenk Uygur keeps running interference for politicians. And Anna Kasparian on the Young Turks, she's so mad at the Democrats for abortions and they're corrupt and they're not there. I'm sorry. They're not there for you. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean that. I'm Anna Kasparian and I'm bought. By Jeffrey Katzenberg, the guy who wants to criminalize homelessness, the most powerful member of the LA community who scares the bejesus out of the LA City Council, and Buddy Roemer, a right winger. So they got the Clinton train and the Republican Party at the Young Turks. And Ryan Grimm at The Intercept lying about force the vote, saying that helping them say that Kevin McCarthy would become speaker if we did that, which they knew was not true at all. Ryan Grimm even said it wouldn't be true, but then he turned around to run interference for them. And the squad says that, oh, we're not corporate bots, so we side with the people. Naeem, maybe because I'm stupid, this doesn't look like they're siding with the people.
No.
I'm just saying. To me, it doesn't look. I don't know.
I don't disagree with you.
So,
yeah.
The president of the United States serving the interests of railroad tycoons.
No.
Boy, that is a blast from the past. Is Biden that old? Huh? Come on. So the Senate approved the bill imposing a new union contract on tens of thousands of rail workers and prohibiting them from going on strike. Now, what's more important than not only this railroad, this would have set the tone in the country for labor. Labor's winning. Right. So you saw how Amazon is now getting unionized, how Starbucks is now getting unionized. People are coming together and realizing that left, right need to come together to fight the oligarchy, because that's what we're in. We're not in a democracy, and this proves it.
Okay, so Starbucks, Amazon, Kellogg's, John Deere, Frito-Lay, all these guys. Well, they're going on strike, but specifically Amazon and Starbucks are getting unionized. You saw Christian Smalls won in New York, and then AOC tried to take credit for it when she said, "Oh, I can't go because of security purposes to a rally you're holding, but I can go to a $10,000 a dish dinner, $10,000 a plate dinner, and say eat the rich on a dress." That's who AOC is. Okay. She's corrupt. She's absolutely stupid. And by the way, that's right. We don't live in a democracy. We live in an oligarchy. But then, Starbucks workers. Do you think they're all liberal, Naeem? Do you think all Starbucks workers are all liberal?
No.
There's probably
maybe a number of them, but I don't think every single one of them is.
Right. Maybe the manager might be a green. Maybe the guy that makes the frappuccinos, maybe he a Tea Party. Maybe the night crew are heavily Republican. You don't know. You don't know. But the point, or maybe they're heavily Democratic. You never know. You think no? They all came together and said, "Well, we need to unionize." Yes, Starbucks has got good benefits, but we need to unionize. We need to protect our rights, and they did. And
Warrior Met is on strike. Warrior Met Coal.
Who is it?
Warrior Met Coal.
Okay.
They're a coal mining company in Alabama. They're on strike. They've been on strike for over a year.
And how's the company not failing?
They're hiring temporary employees.
Okay. They're hiring, and those people are fired. Those strikers, right?
They got a picket line all set up.
And is there any movement?
Hopefully there will be.
Well, it's been over a year, I would hope. But again, people are coming together. I guarantee you, not everyone in Alabama is a Republican. I guarantee you. It's just moms, it's dads, it's brothers, it's sisters. It's good old families, good old folks just wanting some labor rights. And this strike could have really set the tone. These guys operate the country. If these guys go on strike, we are effed.
You're not wrong.
And this would have, if they would have, because they have leverage, then the corporations would have had to give them even a smidge. Fine, we'll agree with 4 sick days. I would have go 5. But it would have been something. It would have been something. You know? Imagine if that was the new shining labor win. Imagine what Kohl's, Wegmans, Stater Brothers, Albertsons, Walmart, Sam's Club, Costco, every shopping mall in this country, Amazon,
Chipotle, Walmart,
Starbucks, Coffee Bean, all these companies. Imagine all these workers the movie theater industry, the casino industry, the entertainment industry. Imagine how many people would go, I can do that too, and I can win.
Ramesh Balwani just got sentenced to 13 years in prison, by the way.
Who is that?
Sunny Balwani, he was the second CEO of Theranos with Elizabeth Holmes.
Oh, wow, he got 13 years. Damn.
Yeah, her boyfriend.
Mhm.
She tried to put all the blame on him, so.
I love you, babe. I'm going to throw you under the bus tonight in the court.
Yeah, well, she accused him of forcing her to do all these things and domestic violence and shit.
Uh-huh. Yeah, using that good old DV. All right.
This proves you don't live in a democracy. So when people say you voted for Democrats to save democracy, that proves you don't live in a democracy. You live in an oligarchy. The majority of everybody wants it in this country, except a handful of rich people who pull the strings. And that's that. That's that.
That's it.
So you're all suckers if you watched the January 6th hearings and believed it. You're a sucker. You're a sucker if you think that was a threat to our democracy. You're a sucker if you think we live in a democracy.
Yeah. A thing that happened a year ago, almost 2 years ago now. If you think that is what's the threat to our democracy, you are absolutely wrong. Because the threat to our democracy, and Naeem, you can tell me if I'm right or not, is your labor rights being taken away from right under you. It's the fact that you don't have health care in this country because the healthcare industry bought all of our politicians. It's the fact that, as we've gone over in this stream, we have a lack of building of any houses, skyrocketing interest rates, and Wall Street wanting more and more money. That's why we have more people out of homes. That it's the fact that we don't have a free education system, and people are up to their eyeballs in student debt because they went to school and they're being punished for that as criminals. That's what's the threat to our democracy, not a bunch of idiots that just walked into the Capitol.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they broke windows, they stole things. And guess what? They also paid their taxes. And maybe if you had given them their $3,000 check, Naeem, do you think if those idiots, by the way, a lot of them were FBI informants, you know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So do you think if those guys got their $3,000 check, do you think they would have been at the Capitol that day?
Mm-mm.
Why? You there? Oh, you're eating.
Mm-hmm.
I said, why do you think if they had their $3,000 check coming to them that month in January, that they wouldn't have attacked the Capitol?
No. Probably not.
Right, but why do you think they wouldn't have attacked the Capitol if they got their $1,000 check?
They would have seen the government's working for them, for the people.
Maybe they could pay off a credit card. Maybe they can buy more groceries. Maybe they can pay off the rent. Maybe they can put more towards their mortgage. Maybe they can pay the gas. Maybe they can pay the electric bill. I don't know. Maybe they can pay their car. Maybe they can afford to buy their kids clothes for the winter. Maybe they can afford to send their kids on a field trip.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you saw the article from the Washington Post. I think it was Huffington or Washington Post, that they said that it was financial hurt that made a lot of these guys do it. They were desperate.
Yeah.
Well, if they were so desperate, how'd they get to Washington? When you are hurting, you will do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying. So those January 6th hearings, by the way, they're sunsetting it. They're going to, right? But they're going to send recommendations for criminal prosecutions to the Justice Department. And knowing the Justice Department, they're going to take that on. Recommendations.
Mm-hmm. That is right. Yeah.
And this proves it. And this was done to you by the people you just voted in to save your democracy.
That's
what
right.
you voted in was fucking fascism.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what that is. That is the government and corporations coming together to screw the citizen. That is the definition of fascism, according to Mussolini.
Oh, but now it's if you're a Trumper, if you're a right winger, if you are a Russian agent, a neo-Nazi or a Nazi in general, a homophobe, a xenophobe, a somethingphobe, a Islamophobe, those are the fascists. Not the people in our government, not the Democrats working with railway companies to screw you over. No, not those. Because that is what fascism is. What did Hitler do? I'll improve your economic situation, but you're going to do what I want. And companies are going to help me prosecute Jews, and they're not going to hide any Jews. And it's coming over those two entities, the government and the corporations, coming over to screw you over, coming together. And guess what? That is fascism. Not this Trump crap. No.
You know, Jimmy, I have, according to the Wall Street Journal, it was 80-15, and it has 15 senators who voted against imposing the labor deal to end the strike, represented both the left and right wings of the Senate, ranging from liberals such as Elizabeth Warren from Massachusetts, Bernie Sanders, Vermont, to including Cruz, Metzger, and Hawley.
So all of them, Cruz, Metzger, Hawley, Warren, Sanders, and then maybe another, that all voted for the paid sick leave.
So who voted for the paid sick leave? Yeah, you had Cruz, Rubio,
Metzger, Hawley, Braun,
Mike Braun,
Mike Braun, and
Josh Hawley, Lindsey Graham,
Bernie Sanders, and
Bernie
Senator
Sanders,
Warren.
Elizabeth Warren.
All of them voted for it. Again, elections are coming up, so those Republicans, they're trying to say, I was there. I was trying to help you, but good old Chuck Schumer. And it's going to work, by the way. The next person that goes after Ted Cruz, because they're going to do it, they're going to be weak. Ted Cruz is not
they're gonna run the same guy they always run, Beto O'Rourke.
who loses every time. But he raises more money than God.
Beto O'Rourke and Stacey Abrams, bro. Those two are always losing, but always raising money.
Always. They're so good at it. Last night on CNN, I heard none of this, these two wins, this win here would have never been possible without Stacey Abrams.
That's so.
Why? For a voting program she built 2 years ago?
I feel so bad for her. Her own voting program is not serving her. She keeps on losing.
Yeah, but she helps everybody else out win. Everyone else is winning with her program. It's just
it's literally like all these people are like, thanks, Stacey, for setting this program up for us. We ain't gonna vote for you, but you set it up for us. Thanks for the infrastructure. Shit.
Yeah. That's right. That's absolutely correct.
She's better off. Better off.
Bernie Sanders and
Go ahead.
I said she's better off figuring out a way that she could suck Brian Kemp's dick than trying to keep on running against him.
He'd probably let her.
He would.
He probably wants some younger woman, but
he's a slime ball. He doesn't care.
Literally.
And Elizabeth Warren voted against this. Did you know that, Jackson?
I didn't know that.
According to what she just read me. Where's that from?
Wall Street Journal.
Wall Street Journal says that 15 senators voted against it. It requires 60,000. This bill requires 60,000 freight rail workers who'd previously rejected tentative union contracts to keep working or face getting fired. Senators rejected an amendment. So then they had. So in the House, the squad was lying to you that they were doing the bidding of the unions. They were not. They were pretending they were. Look, we voted to give them 7 days of sick pay. Right. And that's what the unions wanted us to do. The unions didn't want you to do anything. The unions didn't want Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer or Joe Biden to do anything. They got this. They organized, they have their unions, and they're ready to go on strike, and they would win that strike. That's why they had to do this, because they would win that strike. So don't listen to Ryan Grimm at The Intercept, who lied. On Twitter yesterday, I saw him. It's amazing to watch these guys operate. They're just like politicians.
Yeah. Again, I know I'm repeating myself. They knew that these guys would shut down the country. They knew that they would win. They knew that the Democrats would look stupid. So what did the Democrats do? They came and intervened. You there? I think he died out. Let me check on the. Let me. Naeem, you there?
Hello?
Okay, I don't know how, but you got removed, and I didn't hear you.
All right, where were we though?
Okay, so I don't know if you heard this last part, but what I was saying was what Jimmy Dore laid out, which was these guys knew what we just had gone over just a bit ago. The Senate Democrats understood that these railway workers had the unions. The unions did not need the Democrats' help. They have the infrastructure, they have the money, they have the resources, they have the legal leverage, and they could go on strike and they would win that strike. And that's why the Democrats intervened to stop that.
Mhm.
I mean, why do you think the Democrat, besides stopping it, is it as simple as, well, just to help their donors?
Mhm.
Of why they intervened?
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty
Amazing.
straightforward.
Amazing. Hey, but keep voting blue, huh? Okay.
Yeah, voting blue.
You went on Twitter and said that that's what the union wanted. That is not what the unions wanted. The unions didn't want him to do anything.
Yeah, Ryan Grimm. I don't know if you like Ryan Grimm or not, but I don't. He's a milquetoast liberal who runs interference for the freaking establishment, and he protects politicians.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that the unions wanted congressional interference. Naeem, do you think unions wanted congressional interference in this?
No, not necessarily.
Because they had the resources. They don't need Congress to go on strike.
Mm-hmm.
It's just lying.
Congress interfered because Biden was afraid that if the unions succeeded at this strike, all the other unions will start to strike in different sectors of the economy.
And that's good. We support that here on the show.
Yeah, Biden doesn't.
Biden doesn't, because he's anti-worker. He's been anti-worker. He pushed Ronald Reagan to the right on the war on drugs, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Biden did. Drug warrior, author of the crime bill, and he's got a cop as a vice president. Great. And he's against workers.
Mm-hmm.
He's been against workers his whole entire career. NAFTA, PNTR with China. By 2007, not Tesla, but Chrysler factory, because Tesla started in 06, 07, or 08, I don't remember. They I'm pretty sure it started, but it got popular then. The factory there got taken over by China because they offshored the jobs.
Mm-hmm.
And Biden let them do that, and he screwed over the workers in the Midwest too.
Yeah.
But they knew Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats were going to fuck them over anyway. So then, of course, they wanted them to vote for a 7-day thing, even though everybody knew it was going to get screwed in the Senate. So what? So they're, again, running cover for politicians who are screwing workers. Last time the Intercept and Ryan Grin ran interference for politicians, it was around forced to vote. It was to keep the screw over healthcare activists in favor of politicians. This time it's to screw over railroad workers in favor. So it doesn't matter. He's going to keep that access.
That's what it's about. It's that access to the powerful. I want to interview AOC today. I want to be into the Democratic campaigns. I want to be led into the campaign headquarters on election night. I want to have enough stories and scoops to put out and make millions of dollars off of them. I'm Ryan Grimmin. That's what I do. Because I don't know if you remember, you supported First to Vote, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you remember how I got attacked for it, and Jimmy Dore got attacked for it, and all of us who were fighting for Forced to Vote, unlike Mike Figueredo from the Humanist Report that's gone all culture war, Trumpian, oh my God, against Trump. David Dole, who's got healthcare because he lives in Canada, Rational National. Sam Sater, who lost in a debate to Jackson Hinkle, the guy on this thing. I don't know if you saw it, but he lost. Him, Emma Vingland, and Matt Winder on there. I think that's his name. They all took Jackson on, and he still beat them. Even Sam Sater's own fans. And Sam Sater literally said, "I don't have values." And they all attacked me, and they said I was committing violence. They said Jimmy Dore was committing violence for saying we should force politicians to do their jobs and give us healthcare in the middle of a pandemic.
Yeah.
But they did force to vote on the on their Voting Rights Act.
Mm-hmm.
They said we would be hurting the progressive movement if we did that. Right, because the women who were fighting for the right to vote, they I don't know if you know this, Nine, but women still don't have the right to vote because it would hurt their movement if they forced the women to vote. Right?
Yeah.
It would hurt their movement. That's why we don't have the 19th Amendment. That's why in 1919 they didn't get the right. I don't know if you know that.
Tell me more.
Well, you know, because you know how the women. There's an excuse that forced to vote was a bad idea because it wouldn't. The women did it because they didn't have internet at the time, and it was just a different time. And the women didn't get the right to vote by only having it go through the House once. I don't know. I mean, anyway.
Another measure, which would have added 7 paid sick days, failed to break the filibuster. So that's it. So that was it. That's what I just told you. So, of course, we as we predicted, the reason why Nancy Pelosi did it that way, she had 2 votes, 1 vote to end the strike and another vote to give them 7 days paid sick leave because they know it could be split up in the Senate and they would vote that down and they would go through and there you go. And that's exactly what happened. Vermont Independent Senator Bernie Sanders spoke from the Senate floor ahead of Thursday's vote. And yet, today, in that industry, workers who do difficult and dangerous work have 0 paid sick days. 0. You get sick, you get a couple of marks against you, couple of marks, you get fired. This cannot and must not happen in America in 2022.
I love his Bernie Sanders impression.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually better than my impression. I just gotta tell you, you got a couple of bucks and then you get fired from your job. And we cannot do that. We have to tell the American people that we're here for them, and someone's got to tell them that they're there for them, and then we got to help them. That's how he talks.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas before it was, we're going to tell the American people that none of the parties are going to be here for you, and that they got to vote third party. Remember how fast he used to speak back in the day?
Yeah.
Back then in 1995, 1996, Bernie Sanders advocated for third parties. Bernie Sanders had the movement in 2016 to start his own third party. He had the movement, the money, the resources, the people. And he screwed us all over. He killed his own progressive movement. Isn't that awesome? Ain't that funny?
Yeah.
Sellout motherfucker. Oh, Bernie.
So basically, Congress did their job. which is serving the interests of large corporate donors. That's what Congress, that's what they do. That's why you don't have health care. That's why you don't have a living wage. That's why they're sending $100 billion to Ukraine while everybody lives under bridges in America, which that money could fix. Because they only legislate for their corporate donors. You know how the wealthy who run this country, people go, Jimmy, do they have meetings? What do you think? They have secret meetings? They don't have secret meetings. It's called a fucking session of Congress. All their puppets get together to do their bidding and write legislation that favor them, not you, not the workers. Again, which is why you don't have health care and why railroad workers can't even get fucking sick pay. Now, they would have won that. They would.
Yeah. We have $700 billion going to Ukraine right now.
Mm-hmm.
How much of that do you think we could have spent on free college? $100 billion. How much do you think could have fixed homelessness? $20 billion. How 40, I think, what is it? 1 in 5 children live in poverty.
Yeah.
How many veterans could we gotten off the streets? 100,000. How many people could we gotten off the streets? 500,000.
Mm-hmm.
$700 billion. That we could spend that money on Medicare for all.
Mm-hmm.
We could give people health care.
Let's go give some more money to Ukraine.
But hey, let's give more money to Zelensky, who's losing the war.
He was announced Time Person of the Year today, by the way.
I know. Did you have Person of the Year? Oh God.
Person of the Year. All right.
Anti-peace. Yeah. Woo. Hey, did you see Sean Penn at the Oscars give his award to Zelensky?
He gave his award to Zelensky?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
These celebrities are so stupid. They're so stupid.
Sure.
God. Remember how? And he appeared at the Grammys talking about peace and all that shit.
Yeah.
Right, because you're not the one that rejected a peace deal.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's the reason why we're sending all this money out to Ukraine. We're sending all this money to the generals in the military, not the generals that like that they're out in the field actually fighting. I'm talking about the generals who are being paid to go on TV and lie for the intelligence community in the military industrial complex. We're paying them. We're paying Halliburton, Honeywell, Boeing, Raytheon, all these and other. Can't think of other defense contractors right now, but we're paying all of them. We're giving them $789 billion. We gave Trump money for the military, and yet, he's too dangerous. He can't be near the nuclear button, but we're going to give him money for the military. My kid, I'm afraid he's going to crash my car. Here, son, here's the keys to my Camaro.
Ukraine is bombing in Russia right now. So.
What's that?
Ukraine attacked 3 airfields in Russia.
When?
They attacked 2 on Monday and 1 yesterday.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's what we're gonna go over that.
Mm-hmm.
So we can do all of that, but some measly 60,000 workers, railway workers, cannot get paid sick leave of $200 million. What percent is that? Hold on a second.
2%.
Wait, hold on. No, what percent is? So a 200 million.
I'm gonna be right back. By the way,
would it be 200 million divided by 700 billion and times 100? Okay, hold on. 200 million divided by 700 billion times 100.
200 million divided by 700 billion times 100 is approximately 0.02857.
Oh. 0.02%. Not even 1%.
Not even 1%.
Mm-hmm.
Not even 1%.
Mm-hmm.
Not even 1. That's how much money it will take to help these railway workers with $700 billion.
I tell you, man. I tell you, not even 1%.
Are you needing to go, or what's going on?
No, I was gonna go to the to go water some greens. But you could continue. I'm going to be right back. 30 seconds or less.
Okay.
Right.
Water them greens.
Don't want plants to die.
Oh, water them greens, huh? All right, so let's cover this.
They would have won their strike, and you know what that would have done for workers across the country? It would have done a lot.
Oh yeah, it would have done
That
plenty.
changed the tempo.
Absolutely.
That would have changed everything. But Joe Biden and the Democrats did this to you. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah, next time you vote.
Not just Joe. I mean,
next time you vote.
It's literally the squad, the people who campaigned on being the heroes of workers across the country. This was the fundamental tenet of their quote unquote democratic socialism, was that we stand with the workers. Now they're getting outflanked by the majority of the Republican Party to their left. They're getting outflanked by John Hickenlooper to their left on the issue of standing up for workers. It's insane.
So this squad that claims to be for the worker is actively voting against the worker and is actively going against the worker, siding with the corporations that in 2018 AOC ran on. I'm going to hold the corporations accountable. I'm going to hold the government accountable. We need to force the vote. That's what she ran on. That's what she ran on. And now she's going against the corporate. Yes, 30 minutes. Naeem, are you back? Okay, it's been beyond 30 seconds, Oscar. You're probably right. The squad that lies and says that they're working on behalf of the worker, they're not working on behalf of the worker. You just heard Jackson Hinkle. They're working on behalf of the corporations. And they're getting outflanked by Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley and Senator Marco Rubio. Ted Cruz. Now, Ted Cruz has an election in 2 years. So maybe that's why. I'm Ted Cruz. I say the Democrats. It's... Yeah, they're getting outflanked.
So the Congress did its job, which is serving their donors. Now it's time for the workers to do their job, which is basically the same job, but without any paid sick leave.
Yeah, go to work. I don't care if you're sick. I don't care if you're ill. You better come to work or get fired. America. Yeah.
And here's Bernie pretending to do his job, pretending he's doing his job. He's pretending to care about the direct effects of prolonged war in Ukraine. Is that what he's doing? President Biden, who pledged as a candidate to be the most pro-union president in U.S. history, has promised to sign this unpopular deal into law. He's going to do it.
Because he's corrupt.
You know, he actually might be the most pro-union president in U.S. history. That's how anti-union the United States fucking is. There's a chance he could very well be the most pro-union president. I got to look that up.
No, he's not pro-union at all.
And so here's what I said. This is what people thought happened on January 6th. Your democracy wasn't stolen on January 6th. It was stolen by corporations decades ago, and this is proof. Here's your evidence.
And even with that evidence, people, but January 6th, but Trump, but he's treasonous, and he's racist. Well, you guys voted in a racist, xenophobic, homophobic, rapist, and sexual assaulter, abuser, harasser. You guys voted that guy in, and you're going to talk about Trump? Look, Trump, yeah, I could guarantee he probably is. Right? But there's actual credible proof against Biden, whereas Trump, it's like, not really. And that's who you voted in, the guy that's going to vote this unpopular bill through. Oh, the American people don't like it? Great, I'll vote it through. I'm Joe Biden.
You think that a bunch of guys in pajama bottoms and a buffalo helmet were the ones who overturned your democracy? You're a fucking chump of the highest order.
Yeah, if you think that a bunch of yahoos or yoo-hoos took who raided the Congress. That's what took your democracy. They didn't take your democracy. No. Those guys didn't take your democracy. It's the railway corporations, it's the healthcare companies, it's the real estate corporations, investment firms, landlord corporations, investment federal contractors, contract firms, big pharma, Dr. Fauci, Joe Biden, all these guys. Every corporation took your democracy decades and decades ago.
And Chuck Schumer.
What was that?
And Chuck Schumer.
And Chuck Schumer. Nancy Pelosi and Steny Hoyer and AOC, all these guys, they're stealing your democracy as you vote for them. And if you think that January 6th is the reason that you don't have health care, I'm sorry, but those who think so, they're stupid. I don't regret it. I will not take it back. And by the way, I must admit, I was wrong on January 6th when it happened. And I want to publicly apologize for being wrong. I called them terrorists. I said this was terrorism at the highest order. I said these were white nationalists when there were really a lot of people of all colors, shapes, sizes, walks of life, everyone at the. So I need to apologize as an independent person for saying those things. I've learned and I've grown. So. Maybe it's because people were hurting. I don't know. So, but your democracy was not stolen because of some idiots in pajama bottoms. But they broke the windows. Some lady was trying to climb up the thing, and then she got shot down, and then 7 police officers lost their lives. Yeah, they even lie about that. Some committed suicide. Some died by illness, by the way. Not there. But they stole things from Nancy Pelosi's office. They stole federal property that we pay for. I'm stealing what I paid for. Oops. You think that? I'm not saying that's right. What I'm saying is you think that's what stole your democracy. I got news for you. That's not what stole your democracy. Naeem?
Mm-hmm.
Anything else, or should I keep going?
No, you're on a good point. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You probably think the president isn't demented and Fauci isn't a criminal.
Joe Biden, who can't find his way off a stage after a speech. Remember that congresswoman who died in a car accident? And then Joe Biden said, I'd like to thank Congresswoman Jackie. Jackie, you here? You saw that video?
Mm-hmm.
He calls his wife his sister. Calls his wife his brother, calls his sister his wife his brother. He can't remember his own cabinet's names. He like, and you think Fauci's not a criminal? The guy who did all these lockdowns, the guy who lied about herd immunity and natural immunity and the masks and the thing that goes on your arm and the effectiveness of that. I'm trying not to speak. I'm trying to speak in code so I don't get censored. You think that guy's not a criminal? The guy who lied on behalf of Big Pharma that allowed Pfizer to release a medical treatment that wasn't even tested. The guy who gets kickbacks from all the medical corporations and the universe, and he bullies the universities. And that guy, you think he's not a criminal? You think Joe Biden's not demented? You live under a rock. Or you watch MSDNC, MSNBC that doesn't show you those things.
Mm-hmm.
And you probably think that they told you the truth about COVID. You probably do.
Yeah.
They do it right out in the open, as Chris Hezage says. They lie, cheat, and steal. They do it right out in the open. They did this right out in the open. Nobody in the country wanted them to do this except a handful of billionaires. And they did it anyway, and they did it right on TV.
There are more of us than there are billionaires. There's only 500 billionaires in the world. I'm not in the world. I'm sorry, in the United States. There's only 500 billionaires in the United States. There's 330 million people. Just take a look. I'm just saying.
I mean,
it shows you how far we've come too, because the last time something like this happened was in 1917 when the federal authorities overtook, national railway companies and stuff like that. But it was during World War I. They did it because of World War I to try and, help the war effort. Now they're just doing it to protect corporate profits.
Yeah, before it was, hey, we got to go help our allies. Now, how do I make Jeff Bezos more money? How do I make these handful of CEOs of all these railway companies money?
Wait, Obama signed. So get a load of this, Jackson.
Get a load of this, Naeem.
Obama signed an executive order in 2015 giving federal contractors paid sick leave. Did you know that?
That's nice, right?
But that order specifically excluded railway workers who otherwise would have qualified.
All right.
So measly means testing and exclusions. That's who Obama was. That's who Obama is. Excluding railway workers from getting paid sick leave.
So Biden ought to put those railway workers back in that executive order.
He ought to, right?
Yeah,
You would
he ought
think.
to.
You would think he would, right? I mean,
He best put the railway workers back into that executive order.
Hey, best get them barbecue ass over there.
Of course.
So Biden can literally just issue an executive order to give rail workers sick days.
Yep.
Of course.
Yeah.
That's why this is a litmus test. It's
But
so
he
much
won't do it.
different than standing up for Amazon workers or Starbucks workers because of the power that railway workers hold in this country and have historically held.
On a scale of 1 to demented, is he going to do it or no?
Well, if we do 1 to 10, I think there's a 3 that he'll do it.
Really?
Yeah, 3.
I give it a 0.1.
Mm.
I know he's not going to do it.
Yeah.
Look, I know it seems simple. Oh, he can just sign an executive order. But there's some nuance here that people don't understand. Biden is utterly corrupt and doesn't give a shit.
That's right.
The nuance they're missing.
That's right.
So he ain't gonna fucking do that. Joe Biden is there as the enemy of these workers. He's your enemy unless you're a millionaire. Joe Biden is your enemy. He's not your friend. All these asshole fucking Democrats who just voted for Joe Biden thinking that they were doing breaking their arm, patting themselves on the back like they just voted for a fucking saint instead of a fucking war criminal, enemy of the people, racist like Joe Biden. And probably a raper.
Of Tara Reid.
That's how you own the MAGA. You vote for a warmongering war criminal who's an enemy of brown and black people and probably a certified raper.
Let's vote from one rapist to the other.
Mm-hmm. One
That's
of them
a
grabs him by the pussy. The other forces
Rapes.
himself on them in the stairwell of the Senate building.
In the stairwell of the Senate building.
Yeah.
And then he compliments her legs.
Hmm.
And then he fingers her. And I hate to be that graphic, but that's what she said. And by the way, she's got documented proof. The University of Delaware, who has all his Senate records, they hid that from the public. How much you want to bet if the University of Delaware had Trump's records, they would release it like that?
Oh yeah.
Well,
Oh,
Biden wouldn't release it. And if Trump did that, he would call on Trump to release it, and he never did.
Yeah, Tara Reid, Lucy Flores, all of them. Is that her name?
Mhm.
Lucy Flores from Nevada?
Yep. She's running for lieutenant governor.
Oh, she's running for lieutenant governor.
Yeah, she was running, and Joe Biden went over and I kissed her and I touched her hair, and she was like, "What in the shit are you doing?"
Mm-hmm.
Good own. And he's the only guy in the country who's a bigger liar than Trump. That's quite a pull. God damn it. So here, Obama issued an executive order mandating paid sick leave for employees of all federal contractors, but exempted railroad workers. All Biden needs to do is issue an executive order that removes this exemption. That's it.
Yep.
That's all he needs to do. That's all he needs to do. Remove that exemption, and the issue is solved. No more.
Yeah.
No more.
Mm-hmm.
But he won't do it because he's so corrupt. He's bought by these corporations, and this is the guy you voted for. This is it.
Railroads have spent $180 billion on dividends and stock buybacks since 2010. $180 billion.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
let's buy back our own stock.
and that's what they did with that bailout money. $180 billion.
Stock buybacks and dividends.
All stock buybacks and dividends. All of them. 180 billion. They can spend on the stock market and gamble their money. But they can't pay sick leave.
Mm-hmm.
They can't do paid sick leave. Ain't that funny? I don't know. I think it's funny.
Paid sick leave for workers would cost $375 million. That's less than 3 cents of each dollar of profit this year.
Less than 3 cents of each dollar of profit. $375 million. $375 million. Less than 3 cents for every dollar of profit.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Well, that's 3 cents profit that could be donated to help Ukraine. That's what I say.
Ain't wrong.
Right?
So do you see the kind of rapacious fucking oligarchy we live in? They won't give the people who generated $180 billion in profit for them, they won't give them sick days, which would cost them a little over $250 million. They made 180 of the billions. They won't. Not only will they not give them one of the billions, they won't even give them half of $1 billion.
Let alone a quarter.
No, and you know, all of these, you know, I shouldn't say all, but a lot of these people that claim to be progressives, they can understand that this is a problem, that this is an issue, and that workers should be given what they deserve, or at least what they're trying to bargain for, when the level of disparity is so high. But then come election time, they're going to tell you to vote for the same exact Democrats that caused this crisis in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. Cenk Uygur on Twitter criticizing all the Democrats. Oh my God, Joe Biden's so fucking weak and this and that. What do you do in the midterms? Vote for Democrats. What is he going to do in the presidential election? Vote for Democrats. They're better than Trump. As they screw workers over. As they screw workers over. You want to do a Hunter Biden story?
Mm-hmm.
So the Democrats went after Jared Kushner. They went after Trump. Vicky Ward released this book, Kushner Inc. I sent it to you.
Yeah.
And it was all about how corrupt Trump was and the Kushners and how they formed a blockade in Qatar because they wouldn't buy 666 Fifth Avenue. What an address, by the way, 666 Fifth Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, am I going to say Trump and Kushner are not corrupt? Absolutely not. They are corrupt.
Mm-hmm.
But Joe Biden's son, by the way, his son is an addict.
Yeah.
His son was doing porno scenes, and his son was smoking crack, and he couldn't stop, and he was doing coke, and all kinds of drugs and drinking, getting DUIs, by the way. And he did all of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yet he was going to Ukraine, and remember how they were impeaching Trump over a fucking phone call to Ukraine's president. Did he break laws? Who knows? I'm pretty sure he did. He's Trump. But Joe Biden withheld billions from the Kiev government unless they gave Hunter Biden a job in a Ukrainian gas company, making $80,000 a month.
Mm-hmm. 83,000 to be specific.
83,000. You can't forget the 3.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget that 3,000.
Well, because 3,000 would make all the difference to a rent in a New York studio, right?
Right. And it's got to be 3,000 on the dot. And if you don't do 3,000 on the dot, you're out of the apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you know, he was getting, and by the way, he was making deals with China and Ukraine and making all that money and all those corrupt dealings. Do you remember how the media said it was? Oh, this is all Russian disinformation. Our intelligence community is telling us that it's all Russia. This is all fake. This is unauthenticated. Da 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 da.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Who would leave their laptop with information? Their information. So now Republicans are going to do tit for tat because that establishment raid on Trump's house, Trump's estate in Florida. You know why they did that? It's because they can't beat him at the ballot box.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So now they're trying to pin a crime on him. The Trump organization was just found guilty of tax fraud, $1.5 million. Oh, yay.
17 counts, maximum penalty 1.6 mil.
What a joke. Whatever. They have that in their right pocket.
Yeah. They'll
appeal it until the end of days. And then Kyle Kalinske last night in his Georgia video, oh, well, the other ones, the Letitia James wants $200 million. They might bankrupt the company. Let's hope, They're still on this. Mm-hmm. And then they get mad when the Republicans go, all right, fine. You guys want to investigate our guy? We'll investigate your guy.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Republicans are doing it because they definitely care, or is it tit for tat?
It's definitely. I don't think they care about the moral upstanding. You think James Comer cares about the moral upstanding?
No. No, I don't. I really don't.
No.
So on the Hunter Biden investigation, the media is now reporting on it because they know the Republicans are going to do it, and they have to save face.
Mm-hmm.
Are you okay? You're not. I'm just noticing you might be a little tired, or you're not as responsive. So I'm trying to.
Yeah. No, I mean, just how it is. It's been about 4 hours. So, if you have more stuff you need to cover, the immigration bill that they're trying to pass. Tom Tillis and Kirsten Sinema.
No, tell me.
So, the idea is going to be, we want to find a pathway to citizenship for about 2 million dreamers.
Okay.
But in return, there will be 25 billion with a B dollars allocated to border security, and those who are seeking asylum, instead of being released into the United States, awaiting pending their court date for asylum seeking, they will be hosted at specific host centers while they wait for their court date. But in return, 2 million dreamers will be legalized, and $25 billion will go to border security. They say that's the bipartisan compromise.
I don't think it is. My uncle Raul Gonzalez says that, oh my God, we're seeing a lot of shit, James. His cousin, my dad, we're seeing a lot of shit. Oh my God, it's so bad. It's so, oh my God. Oh. I don't believe him. He's a border agent in San Diego.
Mm-hmm.
Is he in Texas? Is he in Arizona? Is he in San Francisco? Is he right? So I don't know how he knows. So maybe other agents are talking, but could be talking out of their ass. I don't know. That $25 billion for border security, that's not even going to go towards the border. It's just going to go to a bunch of big hotshots in the government.
Yeah, but the argument is, it's going to go to Alejandro Mayorkas. But no, the argument is,
yeah.
The argument is they'll make the Republicans happy because money is going to border patrol. And then they're also saying Republicans will be happy that asylum seekers will not just be roaming the streets. They will be hosted in, I guess, what are called host centers.
Yeah.
And then in return, 2 million dreamers will be legalized.
No, see, didn't a court date just strike that down? A court ruling where Trump was saying, no, leave them in Mexico. And then someone fought that during the Biden administration here, where a court said, no, you can't do that.
No, they're saying they're gonna host them in host centers here in the U.S. They're gonna build them up in Texas.
No, but what I'm saying is the court, didn't they shoot that down that you can't send asylum seekers back?
Yeah, but see, the way around the court is you just pass legislation on their behalf and
Sure.
adjust it accordingly. But no, and then also the other thing they're giving to Republicans, it's supposed to be carrots for both Republicans and Democrats. The other thing they're giving to Republicans is Title 42 restrictions will be extended.
I think you're giving them Republicans way too much.
Yeah, but here's a secret: Kevin McCarthy is want to rush this through before McCarthy becomes Speaker, because Kevin McCarthy is saying as long as he's Speaker, no one will legalize. So if they could push this through in the next couple weeks, Tom Tillis can court more Republicans to go on it. Tom Tillis, he's a Republican from North Carolina who's about to retire, I believe, or something's happening with him. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah.
So he doesn't really care what happens. But Kirsten Sinema on the Democrat side negotiated this with him. And they're, pass it on. Schumer's kind of endorsing it. McConnell hasn't come out against it, so that's promising. The White House is encouraging it, but is not going to directly involve themselves in the negotiation. And all Nancy Pelosi is saying is, if you guys pass it in the Senate, we'll take it on in the House.
I just don't see it passing. 1, 2. I wouldn't vote for it.
You don't vote for it. Tell me why.
No, because I think we're giving too much to the Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
I think so. Host centers. You're going to build host centers. You're going to build host centers, but you won't build housing.
But the question becomes: is this the only way we could get the Dreamers legalized in the near future? Because McCarthy's saying he's not going to do any legalizing so long as he's Speaker of the House.
I think if Chuck Schumer just changes the rule and does a nuclear option and just needs 50 votes.
But then it still needs to get through the House.
No, I'm saying now.
Oh, now. So he nukes
the filibuster now.
And then just does a clean 2 million legalized Dreamers.
That's right.
And then sends it back to Nancy Pelosi, has her.
Right, but then again, Joe Biden's anti-immigration. He's actually deported more people than Trump did.
That is true. And
Kamala Harris is also anti-immigration. Remember her speech in Guatemala? I think it was, "Don't come. We want to secure our border." Isn't that what Trump said? Trump said the exact same thing, and they said Trump was bad.
Yeah. Biden has since said that he's going to extend temporary protective status to Haitians as of yesterday.
Well, I didn't agree with Trump on the TPS revoking of that. I just definitely didn't agree. I thought that was borderline stupid. Yeah. I just don't. It's not going to happen. But also, I would not vote for it because it's like you're going to give all that to Republicans. Oh, we're going to build host centers, and then when those host centers become too much, what? Because the court dates, the courts are so backlogged.
Yeah, for the asylum seekers, yeah.
Republicans are so bad. It's just no. Do you want to end it here, or do you want to do the last one on Ukraine? It's a 14-minute long clip.
Yeah, if you got one more, we can do one more, sure.
Okay. Because I know you're tired. I'm getting a little tired.
It's up to you. If you want to do this next one, we can.
I'm down.
Just knock it out. 14 more minutes. Why not?
Let me see. Let me go down to it. I have one more. I have another one, but it's basically was about a mom, I think in Waco, Texas, and she her son was basically being a brat. So she said, "Get out of the car. You're gonna walk home." Now it was a mile. He had to walk a mile in a very safe area, no crime, virtually no crime or low crime, no crime at all. And the cops showed up. Someone reported a kid walking home. The cops were there within 30 seconds. They then arrest the woman, and then they said she was in endangerment to kids. She had to quit her job at a daycare for kids or whatever it was. I mean, it was that's what cops are doing these days. Is we got real kids being abused. Cops aren't doing anything about that. And And I know cops are maniacs. I know my brother's going to be a cop, my little brother. But yeah. Anyway. All right. So, Russia, Ukraine. The war is still continuing. Zelensky is still getting money from the U.S. government. And Russia is still not going to go down without a fight. And I would say that Russia's winning this war. Naeem, I mean, do you also think so, or do you think that uh, Ukraine's either winning or Russia's not winning, or what?
Neither's winning right now, I don't think.
You don't think so?
No.
I think they are, just because of their aligning themselves with China, their currencies up the ass, doing amazing, their economy's doing better. Putin's not backing down. Most people are now siding with Russia. I mean, that's the way I see it.
No, I mean, Russia's original goals haven't been met for the most part. Ukraine isn't making any real advances either. More and more sanctions are being thrown on the Russians. The gas price cap was thrown on them. I don't think either side is really winning. I think it's a loss for both sides.
You don't think that Russia, I mean, if you look at it, they supply 40% of Europe's gas. They are putting a stranglehold on Europe. There's now a dark winters because there's no energy, because Russia supplies it. Then no one's wanting to pay the United States 5 times the price for oil, right? Like, don't you think that Russia's got a better hold here because of that reason alone?
No, really? because look, the only one who's really winning from this is the United States. Russia, Russia is having a situation where they literally only have 2 customers at this point for their oil and gas, and that's India and China, which are good customers, don't get me wrong, but they lost all of Europe. They are in desperate need for COVID zero to end in China. The fact that China is still doing COVID zero policies is making it hard for Russia to really even sell to China.
Well, they're reversing those policies, by the way, little by little, because of the protests going on.
Yeah, and those protests are showing that Chinese aren't as strong as they wanted us to believe they were. You see in their own right, Russia's other ally, Iran, stumbling and failing to deal with their protests. Really, I just think that whole bloc thought that the United States was weaker than it actually was, and that's not to say Ukraine is winning by any stretch of the imagination. Eventually, the United States is going to ditch Ukraine.
And it's already started. The process has started, because the West is now going, why are we in this war? And by the way, Russia didn't lose Europe because the West was trying to stand up for freedoms and peace.
No.
The West, and by the way, Russia may be losing those customers, but no one else is supplying those customers in the European Union money.
Mm-hmm. Well, the Europeans can buy it. France and Germany can buy it from the U.S. for 5 times the price.
Yeah, France and Germany. What about Poland? What about Hungary? What about all those other countries?
Well, and that's why they always say no one wins in war. That
is true, but if
Russia shouldn't have done this war in the first place.
That's right. But okay, no. They had a Minsk agreement that was ignored for 8 long years. Russia didn't do jack shit. Russia was trying to wait. Even when the Donetsk and Luhansk regions in the Donbass region, when they said we want to be independent, Putin didn't help them and said no. He was trying to be diplomatic with that agreement that was signed 8 years ago in 2014, 2015. And then Trump came into office, gave the Ukrainians weapons, and they started shelling their own people and Russian natives. What was Russia supposed to do?
Russia did not need to invade another nation. We saw what happened to the United States when they tried to invade another nation.
Okay, but when the United States is also helping to kill those poor Russian natives, and you have the Azov battalion doing so, but how can we criticize Russia for doing it when the United States literally had the Azov invaded the country of Ukraine, did a coup there with the Azov battalion, who are neo-Nazis?
Okay, yeah, that's wrong. I'm not saying that isn't wrong, but the Russians weren't any better by invading the country and
So
bombing
what were they
civilian
supposed to do?
infrastructure.
Please don't kill our people like you've been for the last 8 years. You mean the strategy they'd been trying and it wasn't stopping? I don't understand. I don't like that he invaded, sure, but I also don't like that a bunch of Russian natives are being killed for no reason at all.
You're not wrong about the fact that the Russian natives did not need to be killed.
You had a 25% soldier death rate, 85% civilian death rate.
Okay, but what is Russia doing now? They're bombing the hell out of civilian infrastructure and indirectly killing civilians themselves.
Because you think Ukraine's stopping? You think Ukraine is
Two wrongs don't make a right.
I understand that, but still, I mean, and look, this is how I think Russia is also winning in a way, because Kellen Maloney is saying no more weapons to Russia. We'll honor what we said last time, but there's no more. Zero, zip. And that's why the European Union's getting mad at Italy. Ursula is getting angry.
Yeah.
So let's go over this clip.
I do agree with you. I do agree with you in that all outside funding should stop to Ukraine. I do agree with you on that. I don't think, however, we could write this off as a Russian victory by any stretch of the imagination.
I think in more way we can say in more ways than one that it's a Russian victory, more than we can say it's a U.S. victory and a Ukraine victory. Because okay, they sell to France and Germany at 5 times the price.
The U.S. did succeed in making Russia look like fools, and in making anyone who may have considered, well, maybe Russia's an alternative to the United States, found out now that the Russians couldn't even beat their poor neighbor to the west in Ukraine. That's not a fully developed nation anyway.
Couldn't beat them. They're still a stronger economy. Their currency is still thriving. They got lots of energy that could go to Europe. Europe is on its knees begging for energy. Ukraine is on its knees begging for energy.
Well, and that's the Europeans' fault that they didn't set up enough renewable energies infrastructure.
Well, guess what? They kept buying from Russia. And they kept saying Russia was a dictatorship. Russia was bad.
So why were they buying from Russia in the first place?
There you go. But
Yeah.
I don't think that now you're sounding a lot more like establishment than the last time we talked about Ukraine in April. Weird.
It's just you look at the facts and you look at, as time has gone on, how this has turned out, and just look at these UN votes. Even people who used to be huge Russia fans in the United Nations are now choosing to abstain, which tells you they know that Russia is on the losing end at this point.
Or they don't want to upset the West.
I think China gives two shits about the West. They're abstaining.
I think they're abstaining just to abstain. Because they do have the BRICS alliance, and you can't deny that countries are starting to ignore the dollar. The dollar is now the number 2 currency in the world, and it's dropping. And more countries are starting to build their own national currencies, by the way, and their own trade policies away from the United States.
But the dollar proved its strength by being able to sanction Russia to high hell when Russia declared war in Ukraine, and was able to show the world that, look, we could really punish you if you go against dollar supremacy. Dollar hegemony.
Go against us. Yeah, our currency is weakened by China and Japan, who have most of our currency, by the way. But those sanctions punished Russian people, not the oligarchs. Oh, Putin's accounts were closed, and so
that's
was
correct.
Love.
That's correct. I do disagree with sanctions in general, but it shows the strength of the U.S. dollar.
The strength of the U.S. dollar, I think it shows a weakness.
Now
Oh,
the
you think it's a
European
sanction?
Central Bank did announce that they are going to freeze the assets of over 300 Russian oligarchs, and they're going to use that money, the frozen assets, and pay it as reparations to Ukraine.
Reparations to Ukraine, not the reparations to the Ukrainian people. They're corrupt too. They're gonna give it to Zelensky, who caused this in the first place. He ran on a peace campaign, and then he started shelling, and then he denied a peace deal, and then the UK former Prime Minister Boris fucking Johnson went up there and said, remember when he took a really weird flight to London? Everyone was like, why is he there? It was because Zelensky and Putin were talking peace, and the UK and the European Union went to him and said no.
The UK did, yes, on behalf of the United States. The French and the Germans wanted peace.
Right.
By the way, Peru just ousted Pedro Castillo. He's been impeached.
Did they?
Yeah, he was just impeached, and they're swearing in a new president. He announced that he's going to dissolve the Congress and rule by presidential decree. But his vice president and his attorney general have both resigned from his administration, saying they don't want to be affiliated with authoritarianism. But now the Peruvian parliament, before being dissolved, announced a new president they plan on swearing in. I don't have details on who this new president is. I'm going to suspect it's Castillo's vice president. I could be wrong.
Wait, hold on. You're cutting out and you're sounding like a robot.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, now I can hear you.
Better now? Okay. What was the last you heard from me?
Before being dissolved, the parliament basically impeached him, got a new president.
Yeah, they sworn in a new president. I'm not sure who it is. I'll have to look for more details. It might be his vice president, but his vice president and his attorney general came out against what they described as an authoritarian move by Pedro Castillo to dissolve the parliament. This is the third impeachment trial he's been facing since he's been elected. The first two failed because they're insufficient. It was clear that the right wing in Peru were trying to oust him because he was going to target the rich and elite and tax them. But this third impeachment does look like there was some corruption attached to his name, and even those from his party defected and voted to impeach. So we're going to have to see how that turns out and what that means for the Peruvian left and the left around the world moving forward.
Oh, well, Zimbabwe's president, a former president, wanted his wife to take over instead of having an election, so they did a coup.
Okay.
Remember that?
Was this Robert Mugabe or whatever his name was?
Mugabe from Zimbabwe, and he said, "Hey, I want to have my wife take over." And the military was like, "Fuck you."
The president of South Africa, Ramaphosa, is in a whole bunch of trouble for corruption as well.
You know what's so funny is South Africa is actually, their legislature is ran by all women, by a majority of women, and yet women still can't be president.
Yeah, that is interesting. True, but interesting.
The last woman who tried, I think she was either jailed or killed or both.
Uh-huh.
So here's this next clip.
Yep.
I'm here today with our guest, the host of the Duran, Alex Christoforou, and Alexander Mercurius is with us. And of course, they're experts on things that are happening in Ukraine, and which makes them better than every journalist in America. So let me bring them in, and just because Michael Tracy tweeted this out today. And he says, so the United States is engineering the war effort of a client state, now bombing targets 400 miles inside Russia, confirmed via the usual tactic of oblique cheeky acknowledgement from top Ukraine officials. Definitely an escalation. This is what the U.S. has signed on to. So what he's talking about here is this is the Ukraine official who tweeted out, the Earth is round, discovery made by Galileo. Astronomy was not studied in Kremlin, giving preference to court astrologers. If it was, they would know if something is launched into other countries' airspace, sooner or later, unknown flying objects will return to departure point.
What?
So, and then they tweet out this. So they're talking about So let me bring in Alex and Alexander. So is he talking about Ukraine has now found a way to bomb Russia 400 miles inside Russian territory? Is that what
I'll
he's
be right
saying?
back.
That's exactly what he's saying, and that's what's happened. And it's quite a worrying development. It's a very worrying development because what they've done is they've taken an old Soviet reconnaissance drone. This is one that was developed by the Soviet Union during the Cold War. It's jet-powered. It's got a long range, about 1,000 kilometers. They've converted it into a kind of cruise missile instead, and they've launched it at 2 Russian air bases. Now, bear in mind, these are bases used by Russia's strategic bomber force. So there are going to be nuclear weapons there. I mean, that's a fact which I've noticed the media in the West has not mentioned.
Wow. Oh, I didn't know that. Didn't even cross my mind that that's what's happening. So Michael says Biden has nominally pushed back on Ukraine demands for weaponry to strike deep inside of Russia, although who knows how substantial that pushback ever really was. Now it's almost irrelevant. Whatever the origin of these weapons, the United States is ultimately facilitating these attacks. And so these were explosions reports. So this is how far into Russia they're getting their missiles.
It's a Saratov, yeah.
So that's
it's deep into Russia.
Razan and Saratov, however you say that. So
yeah, it's deep into Russia. Yeah.
So this is a crazy escalation, is it not? If they're bombing a base that has nuclear weapons, go ahead.
No, the Russian Ministry of Defense they came out and they said that their air defense did intercept these missiles, and much of the damage was from debris.
Okay.
Now, there's no way to confirm that. This is what the Russian Ministry of Defense said, and there were casualties. I believe 3 people died from this debris from these missiles. Of course, you know.
Can I replay this? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I'm sorry about, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. It's just that people don't text me to ask if I'm still live. They say, "Hey, are you still live?" Yeah, I had to walk away while playing a clip.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's play this again. I'm sorry, Naeem.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here today with our guest, the host of the Duran, Alex Christoforou, and Alexander Mercurius is with us. And of course, they're experts on things that are happening in Ukraine, and which makes them better than every journalist in America. So let me bring them in, and just because Michael Tracy tweeted this out today. And he says, so the United States is engineering the war effort of a client state, now bombing targets 400 miles inside Russia, confirmed via the usual tactic of oblique cheeky acknowledgement from top Ukraine officials. Definitely an escalation. This is what the U.S. has signed on to. So what he's talking about here is this is the Ukraine official who tweeted out, the Earth is round, discovery made by Galileo. Astronomy was not studied in Kremlin, giving preference to court astrologers. If it was, they would know if something is launched into other countries' airspace, sooner or later, unknown flying objects will return to departure point. What? So, and then they tweet out this. So they're talking about, so let me bring in Alex and Alexander. So is he talking about Ukraine has now found a way to bomb Russia 400 miles inside Russian territory? Is that what he's saying?
That's exactly what he's saying, and that's what's happened. And it's quite a worrying development. It's a very worrying development because what they've done is they've taken an old Soviet reconnaissance drone. This is one that was developed by the Soviet Union during the Cold War. It's jet-powered. It's got a long range, about 1,000 kilometers. They've converted it into a kind of cruise missile instead, and they've launched it at 2 Russian air bases. Now, bear in mind, these are bases used by Russia's strategic bomber force. So there are going to be nuclear weapons there. I mean, that's a fact which I've noticed the media in the West has not mentioned.
Okay, you were defending Russia a little bit, Ukraine a little bit, and the United States. So now they're taking old Russian drones and planes and converting them into cruise missiles, sending them 400 miles in there, hitting air bases that have nuclear weapons.
Yeah, and that's wrong. I'm not saying that isn't wrong, but and we were going to cover that. I know that was brought up a little earlier today. That's not to say that Russia hasn't made threats about using nuclear weapons in Ukraine themselves. So
sure, but you really think Russia's going to do that? Russia's smarter than that. Russia is smarter because they know, okay, if I do that, then I got the US, Germany, France, UK, Finland, Sweden, Denmark, Scandinavia. I got everyone coming after me. I'm not Canada. I'm not doing that.
yeah, but if Russia was really all that smart, they wouldn't have started this war in the first place.
I don't think Russia started it.
They started the actual war. Did we provoke with NATO expansion? Indeed, but
that's what started the war.
Okay, but Russia
did expanding NATO is not going to start a war.
And that's our fault. That is our. I'm not saying that isn't, but Russia did not need to go in and bring us a step closer to nuclear.
How would he have stopped them from expanding into NATO? Doing NATO expansionism.
Okay, well, what happened when Russia did the war? Sweden joined NATO. Finland joined NATO. Now the NATO border with Russia is more than double its size before the war.
It is double the size before the war, but at the same time, this is what Putin's talking about. Sweden and Finland don't even need to be there. Even Finland works with Russia.
Okay, but that means before this, they wouldn't have considered joining NATO until what happened this February.
I no, because how else would he have gotten NATO to or Ukraine to stop bombing his people? Please, Zelensky, stop bombing people. No diplomacy was working.
Okay, well, why didn't he use the tactic the United States used? He could have overthrown Zelensky. He could have found a way to get people within Zelensky's government to overthrow him. I'm not condoning those actions, but
because the United States would then come after Russia, and then you would have said, "Oh, well, then Russia shouldn't have started that attempted coup against Zelensky."
No, they could have done an attempted coup. The United States would have gone to Russia for Zelensky. They would have talked a big game, but they wouldn't have started a war or continued a war.
They've started this in 2014. They continued it in 2017 when Trump took over.
Yeah,
they continued it in 2021.
They're doing provocative actions. The United States is doing provocative actions, but they're not actually going to war.
We're supplying a war.
To this day, yeah, but to this day, the United States is not actually directly engaged.
That's why they have troops in Ukraine now. That was released just a few weeks ago. I think it was early November. It was figured out that now the U.S. has troops in Ukraine. Why do we have troops in Ukraine? How is that not being directly engaged?
We don't have troops in Ukraine. I mean, I don't know exactly how you got that info, but
even the mainstream media was reporting that. But let's continue.
Wow. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't even cross my mind that that's what's happening. So Michael says Biden has nominally pushed back on Ukraine demands for weaponry to strike deep inside of Russia, although who knows how substantial that pushback ever really was. Now it's almost irrelevant. Whatever the origin of these weapons, the United States is ultimately facilitating these attacks.
That's right, because we're the ones funding this. We're the ones sending Raytheon weapons to Ukraine. We're the ones sending tools to Ukraine. We are.
Yeah, and that's wrong. Engaged? But that's wrong. But Russia choosing to push this further is also wrong. I mean, any true anti-war activist will tell you all parties involved in this situation are wrong.
Of course, all parties are wrong. But saying that Russia's the one that's escalating, the United States is the ones that are doing escalations here.
Okay,
you know how you can help stop this war, Naeem? You stop giving weapons to Zelensky. That's more correct. Weapons.
That's correct. Did I ever say that wasn't correct?
We didn't discuss that part. But
yeah, that is correct. But how else can we stop this war? Russia could stop bombing civilian infrastructure in Ukraine.
They got. I think Russia's trying to send a message. But is it wrong? Absolutely. I don't agree with them bombing civilian infrastructure. they don't have a lot of air bases in Ukraine.
And so these were explosions reports. So this is how far into Russia they're getting their missiles.
It's a Saratov, yeah.
So that's
it's deep into Russia.
Ryazan and Saratov, whatever, however you say that. So
yeah, it's deep into Russia. Yeah.
So this is a crazy escalation, is it not? If they're bombing a base that has nuclear weapons, go ahead.
No, the Russian Ministry of Defense, they came out and they said that their air defense did intercept these missiles, and much of the damage was from debris.
Okay.
Now, there's no way to confirm that. This is what the Russian Ministry of Defense said, and there were casualties. I believe 3 people died from this debris from these missiles. Of course, who knows what the truth is. But the interesting part about this story, I think, is that this attack came at the same time that Victoria Nuland, the Under Deputy Secretary of State, the person who was in charge of the Maidan coup in 2014, was passing out the cookies at the Maidan. She was in Kiev for a day. She spent the day in Kiev with Zelensky, with his team, and now you have this strike. And it comes also at the same time where you're starting to hear from Macron in Germany talk about trying to find some sort of ceasefire, perhaps giving Russia some sort of security guarantees. And now you have this drone/missile attack, whatever you want to call it, deep inside Russian territory. So
the thing I'll say here is, look, I mean,
that's evidence Ukraine does not want to end the war. No, exactly, because now that Germany and France are trying to find ways to end the war,
right? And look, do I agree with Russia? No, but what I will say is here, and if you look here, what's going on is, I mean, they're trying to provide those securities. They're trying to provide give Russia that. Isn't that what Russia has been asking for from the beginning? And nobody would give Putin that. I'm not trying to say Putin is right here. What I'm trying to say is, remember that, I don't have it here right now, but remember that video I showed you of the BBC, and they had a guy, one of their ministers from Russia, say, look, we just want security for everybody, including the Donetsk region, the Donbass region. That's all they wanted. And, they're sending it into nuclear weapons, a base with nuclear weapons. I don't know that we can believe the minister of Russia saying, hey, we intercepted it.
Yeah.
But take that with a grain of salt. Again, it's still Russia. Whatever country's government, you should take with a grain of salt.
No,
especially
I
our
agree.
intelligence community.
No, I agree. Our intelligence, Russian intelligence, all these guys are known for all kinds of slimy, deceptive tactics. And I don't think we disagree as much as we think we disagree with each other on this matter. I think what it is I just feel like we cannot, in the realpolitik sense, forget, because I'm an anti-war person.
Yeah.
But in the realpolitik sense, I do think Russia lost more from this than the United States lost, in terms of superpower or power competition or whatever you want to call it, right? I think that Russia did in fact lose more than the U.S. I do think, however, both sides are in the wrong, and I do think just as much as Putin has to be held legally liable for this, George W. Bush had to be held legally liable for his war in Iraq and Afghanistan, and I think that Zelensky has to be held liable for his provocative actions as well.
Right. And the other thing I'll say too is this. Look, yeah, both sides are in the wrong. I understand that. But I think with the United States, maybe I think it feels like Russia lost more and the United States didn't. But that's because the true economic new economic fronts that all these other countries are trying to build away from the West and away from the United States haven't been felt yet. I think once those are felt, I think that's the better case to make there. And
Hopefully.
yeah.
I just don't know that Russia will benefit from any of that.
Well, they have an alliance with China now.
I don't think anyone really trusts Russia. Even China, Xi Jinping clearly does not trust Russia that much anymore. The trust for Russia has gone down, is what I'm saying, even from their allies.
I'm not sure, because well, the Chinese don't trust anybody.
No, that's true. That I'll get. Yeah,
They don't
but
even
like
trust
the
Iran
Indians,
as their ally.
the Indians and Russians had a good relationship, and now even Modi's kind of telling Russia, "Look, you guys are doing things that no one should be doing in the 21st century." And that's coming from Modi, who himself is he's got his own problems.
It's like the big brother trying to say, like, "Hey, dude, I wouldn't do it. I mean, I'm still doing it, but still, don't do it."
Yeah, basically.
I wonder where my phone went unlock. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. God damn it. Oops. Complicated passcode here.
Uh-huh.
I do it on purpose because my family doesn't respect privacy. It won't let me. God fucking damn it. Anyway, let's continue.
Coincidence? Maybe. Maybe not.
So just like when
So by the way, I'll say, if Russia wants to end this war, and Modi shouldn't speak anyway, and the United States is saying we gotta end this war, I don't believe them, and I also don't believe Ukraine wants it. And if Europe, two countries in Europe, Germany and France, are trying to establish some kind of peace deal, some kind of ceasefire, and say, "Hey, Russia, we'll give you some securities," I think Ukraine is ruining it now, and they're doing it on purpose too. Because if they stop the war,
Boris Johnson went to visit Zelensky to get him to in March to not go, or in April to not go along with the peace deal that they had with Russia and Ukraine. Now we have Victoria Nuland going there saying, "Hey, why don't you send these missiles a little deeper into Russia?" That sounds crazy. Especially, well, here's what Michael Tracy says. He says it's worth recalling that between 1945 and 2022, the idea that the United States would be facilitating long-range bombing attacks deep inside Russia and on a base that houses part of Russia's nuclear forces would have been virtually unfathomable. Now we're told it's just normal. And he links to this story. It says Moscow says 3 killed in Ukrainian drone attacks on air bases deep inside Russia.
what are you doing?
Nothing. I'm still listening to you. Why?
Oh, because I hear like a.
Oh Lord! I don't hear anything. I hear mine thing sounds fine.
Weird shit. I was like,
do you still hear it?
No, but
yeah, that was odd. Maybe is it your clip?
No, because even with Aaron, it did it.
Oh, it did that with Aaron too. Aaron Baxman.
Yeah, Faxon. Yeah.
Balls.
You saw the clip?
Yeah.
That was funny.
Instaball.
Uber balls. Ubery balls. Oh, hold on. Got it. Okay. YouTube's trying to alert me while I. All right, let's continue. Don't you find it suspicious that Victoria Nuland was? By the way, the Victoria Nuland who said "fuck the European Union" in 2015 or whatever, and then who or helped orchestrate the coup in Ukraine. Isn't it funny how she's in Kiev with Volodymyr Zelensky and his team for a day, and then this happens.
Yeah, that is suspicious.
And isn't it suspicious too that now it's seen as normal to bomb someone else's housing of nuclear weapons?
Mhm.
That's very suspicious. Oscar says it's your phone because he can hear it too. Do me a favor, jump off the stream and come back.
Okay.
I'll wait for you. Okay, we will wait for Naeem. Oh wow, you can hear it. I'm listening on our phone here. Huh. Okay, hold on a second, ladies and gentlemen. Let me add Naeem back to this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I will be right back. I'm going to go bring my dinner, and I'll be right back. All right, so we have Naeem back. So let me add him. Where is he? Naeem, are you here? Let me check if Naeem's here, ladies and gentlemen, because I don't see the add to stream button. I don't see it. Where's not? Hold on a second, Naeem. If you're there, let me. Hey, so, oh, is he back? Let me see. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, you can hear me better now?
Okay, not now. Okay, it sounded like a bunch of electricity was going through your phone or something.
Oh Lord, what kind of electricity would be going through my phone?
I
Could
would
it be
love
my
to know.
charger, maybe?
No, because even it happened with Aaron too. It's just StreamYarded.
All right,
So,
StreamYard.
yeah, yeah. So I got my dinner, but I'm gonna wait to eat it so we can finish this clip. All right, you
What'd you
ready?
get for dinner?
We have a Mexican restaurant here called Frijoles. It's another taco place. It's okay. It's not the best, but I'll take it. The best tacos are in el sur de Mexico, southern Mexico. So, yes, Oscar, is probably because they use their cell phones instead of a computer. So, I think it's very, very suspicious that Victoria Nuland is in Kiev for a whole day, and then all of a sudden, with Zelensky, and all of a sudden, his whole team, and then all of a sudden, a strike in Russia, And the fact that the Ukraine is not stopping, what they're doing is they're developing ways to bomb further into Russia. Are you there? Okay, hold on a second. You were knocked out. Okay, we will wait for Naeem one more time. Texting Oscar here to see if he can help. Did you leave? Still here. I think Naeem has left, so we're just going to continue. Oscar, hold on. Who's calling me? Oh, Naeem's trying to call? Here, let's do this. Call Naeem Abul Hawa. Oh, here he is. Let's... What's going on?
Something happened to that phone. It got real hot, and now it doesn't work anymore. So I'm on the old phone now.
Can you access the link through there?
Yeah, send it to me and see if I could get in.
Okay, hold on a second.
My old phone. My old phone's the Gmail account.
Your old phone's the... Oh, the... What was your...
I think what happened because this was my new phone and now it doesn't work anymore. I think what happened is because I put it on the charger.
Maybe. Or so what's your...
I put it on the charger while we were talking because StreamYard uses a lot of battery. I think my phone was competing between keeping the battery and
possibly.
StreamYard, and it got real hot, and now it just rebooted.
Wow.
Temperature too hot, and it's an iPhone rebooting it.
Oh, I've never seen that before. Wow. All right, so where do I send it?
Send it as an iMessage, but send it to
Yeah.
at gmail.com.
Oh, apparently I do have it as a contact. All right, here we go. You should have gotten it. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we're having lots of technical difficulties this show. If you got it, let me know so I can hang up. Antoine, stop playing. Back that ass up.
Mm-hmm.
This is the weirdest live show ever.
I know, right?
So many interruptions in the middle of a story.
Yeah, right. To enter the studio.
Yeah, all right, so let me hang up and then you got it.
Allow.
All right, I'll see you here.
Okay.
Okay, everybody, we got Naeem coming back. Okay. We will wait for Naim Abul Hawal to come back, and then we will see what happens. Hold on. I'll be here, but let me mute real quick. All right, I think we got Naeem back. So let me. I think we do.
Pleasure to be back. Yeah.
Okay, we got Naeem back. All right. Well, did you leave?
No, I'm still with you.
Oh, okay. Because I have a noise that happens when someone leaves or enters. Let me make sure Oscar is not invading us.
Have him join. Have him join for the after party.
Hey, you sound better with this phone for some reason.
This is my older phone. This is the one I had since like 2015, 2016 or whatever.
Ouch. Okay, yeah, let's continue this story. I'm gonna have to severely edit this stream because we're interrupting a story on Ukraine.
Yeah. iPhone rebooting. Temperature too hot.
Let's stop the story for now. I bet it's the government. Like, no, don't talk Ukraine.
The government's Ukraine. You should have Oscar come in for the after party. Oscar, if you're watching us live on YouTube, come on in for the end.
Okay.
The escalatory progression of the war has followed a very predictable pattern. For example, when Ukraine escalated by committing the terror bombing on the Crimea Bridge, Russia escalated in turn by launching massive airstrikes on Ukrainians' electric infrastructure and so on. That's when they decided to go after the infrastructure. Despite how easily identifiable this escalatory pattern is, it constantly gets obscured in a tsunami of propaganda. To simply note, U.S. Ukraine have committed escalatory acts is seen as morally depraved. So people are chronically confused, deceived about the reality of the situation. So that's a pattern that he's kind of picked up on. Would you agree on that pattern that the United States is provoking these escalations?
Yeah,
absolutely.
I do. Why do you agree?
Because if you look at it this way, right? If the United States really did want the war to end as fast as they talk them about wanting it to end, they would have made diplomacy front and center versus defense spending in support of this war. First of all. Second of all, the United States has all the tools in its arsenal to put pressure on Zelensky to make peace with Putin, but instead it's become sending Boris Johnson out there to make sure peace does not happen. And a lot of this is sourced from this Russiagate hysteria that they still have from the Hillary Clinton Donald Trump face-off in 2016. This assumption that like Russia is the most uniquely evil actor, and I'm not going to say Russia is an angel, but this assumption that Russia is the most uniquely evil actor, and therefore we have to give Putin the treatment we gave Gaddafi, if not worse. So no, the United States is escalating. Indeed, the United States is escalating. If the United States really wanted peace, they would have forced Zelensky. They would have found ways to force Zelensky's ass to the negotiating table.
Well, in February, and I'll get to your terrorist act in a second comment, your terrorist comment in a second. But when Germany
The
introduced
United States are the terrorists, indeed.
exactly but when the Germans introduced a peace deal between the United States, Russia, Germany, and Zelensky said no. Now, Aaron Mate explained very well that his life is threatened, but again, at that time, Joe Biden could have said, I'm Joe Biden. I endorse Zelensky wanting to do peace. You touch him, you touch us, and we're going to touch you back, and you do not want that. But the United States are the biggest terrorists in the world. We do regime change wars every day. We're trying to overthrow Venezuela. We did a coup in Haiti. We're trying to overthrow Iran. We overthrew Iraq. We overthrew Libya. We started a terrorist vacuum there. We're doing a shadow war in Africa, bombing Somalia, the Sudan. We're helping facilitate a genocide in Yemen. We're the biggest terrorists in the damn world. Is Russia an angel? No. Is Russia right? No. But at the same time, to say that the United States is the big awesome dude that's gonna come save everyone, most of the things, every time the United States touches something, it goes to shit.
Yeah.
That's
true.
And that's the same with Muammar Gaddafi. Muammar Gaddafi, he actually kept terrorists out of Libya. They just wanted another regime change war. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to say I agree with
On behalf
what
of
Alex
France
said.
and Britain, by the way, that one was.
How?
France needed more access to Africa. They were losing their grip and colonial control over Africa because Muammar Gaddafi was the primary funder and primary instigator of the African Union and allowing it to grow. So when the African Union was growing stronger and telling France out of Mali, out of Senegal, out of Niger, out of these regions, France got a little upset about it. Same with the British. They were doing some activities in East Africa and in Southern Africa that different coal mining and mineral mining and all kinds of different crazy things. And the French and British were being pushed back on by Gaddafi. So the United States, and then his gold dinar project, I don't know that was front and center, but that did play part of a role in why the United States wanted Gaddafi out, because if Africa pegged its currency to something that was actually quantifiable like gold, not some fiat currency, right? It would have made the African currency the strongest currency in the world, the gold dinar. So there were fears around that, and I'm not saying that
it's all imperialism.
It's all imperialism, and now China's practicing imperialism in Africa.
Well, if the U.S. did it, why can't China do it? I'm not saying it's right, but
I don't think anyone should do it. I think just leave.
I think just leave Africa alone.
Prosper on its own. Let it grow and prosper on its own.
Yeah, let Africa. I think with the United States intervening, they're keeping Africans poor. They're keeping it a third world country. Exactly. Yeah. Like anyway, so you and I mean, we're anti-war, we're anti-imperialism, but not the Joe Biden left.
Said in this respect, I do not believe that Ukraine, which is completely dependent on the United States, would have launched an attack on two such important, such sensitive Russian air bases without having a green light given to it, but at least someone with authority in the United States. I'm not saying the president himself was directly involved or the Pentagon, but I would not be surprised personally, given her background, if Victoria Nuland said, if you do it, we'll give you the political cover you need. And it is normalizing this pattern of escalation, because every time that this is done, the pressure on Putin in Russia is to do more. And people...
Yeah, again, someone of authority had to do it. Are we saying it's Joe Biden? No. Are we saying it's Kamala Harris? No. Are we saying it's Nancy Pelosi? No. But someone in high authority, high authority in the United States, had to do it. Now, did Joe Biden send Victoria Nuland out there? I don't know. Did Victoria Nuland just say, I'm just going to go to Ukraine on purpose? Maybe. I don't know. I honestly cannot say that. What I can say is Zelensky is a puppet of the U.S. and of the West. So he's going to he's going to get a green light. Someone gave him a green light. Who was it? I don't know. But again, when we talk about, hey, Russia didn't need to do this, Russia didn't need to invade, Russia didn't need to do that, and I know I'm not trying to say you're not saying this. Well, Ukraine could also not send missiles into Ukraine. Ukraine could also um, I'm sorry, Ukraine could also not send missiles into Russia. Ukraine could also not kill Russian natives, and Ukraine could also accept securities and accept a peace deal. And the United States can stop facilitating a war and facilitating Ukraine's aggression by by stopping their defense spending and instead and their economic aid spending, and instead forcing Zelensky into a peace deal. That's exactly what could happen. Did someone of authority give them the green light? Possibly.
Yeah.
People don't like to admit the fact that he is under pressure in Russia to do more, and that Russia has a public opinion that, asks, why is this happening? Why are you letting it happen? Why aren't you doing it more? And of course, he will do more in response to this. And it's a very, very dangerous thing. I mean, sending missiles to an airbase where there are nuclear weapons it's beyond reckless if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm getting missiles launched into my nation, you think I'm not going to answer you back? Mm-hmm. Especially if you've rejected every peace deal I've offered. If you allowed the UK and the United States to intervene on a peace deal that I wanted as Russia's president, you think I'm going to just sit there and let you bomb me and not bomb you? Russia's bombs are as strong as the United States.
Yeah.
You don't think Raytheon's selling to Russia either? Oh, please. Raytheon loves this. Okay? I'm not just picking on
and
Raytheon.
So do the Russian arms dealers. They love the shit out of
absolutely. They're raking in the money. The point is, though,
it's the civilians who are dying as a result of all
right. This. Exactly. But if Russia's getting bombed like this, well, what is their ultimate pressure going to be? The Russian people are not happy. Putin's not going to ignore the Russian people. And he's also not going to look like a chump. So he's going to respond back. It's simple. Tit for tat.
It's beyond reckless to shell a nuclear power station, but that's happening as well. And sooner or later, something.
That's true.
Yeah, the Russians are shelling Zaporizhia, so are the Ukrainians.
They're what?
The Russians and Ukrainians both are shelling Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. That could end in catastrophe.
Yeah. So and again, this is absolutely a bottle of stupidity, honestly.
Yeah.
A load of stupidity.
The whole
is going to happen.
Yeah.
Which is going to be much more dangerous and much more frightening than anything we've seen.
So how would you sum up where the war is right now?
Well, the thing that's happened is that, of course, the United States poured weapons into Ukraine over the course of the summer. That enabled Ukraine to regain ground. It meant that the war was prolonged. It meant that thousands of people, perhaps some say tens of thousands of people, mostly Ukrainians, have died, and it has provoked the Russian escalation.
So the United States, because if you remember in April, May, Ukraine lost a lot of ground to Russia.
Yes.
And instead of telling Russia, all right, look, we get it. Let's have you back out. I'm going to call Zelensky and he's going to do what I tell him to do because we're the United States, we're his puppets. We're going to give you security. We're going to do whatever we want. Instead, the United States spends more on Ukraine, sends more weapons into Ukraine, and in turn, tens of thousands of Ukrainian citizens pass away.
Mm-hmm.
The United States did that. Okay, just saying.
So the Russians are now building up their forces. They're building fortifications. They're sending tanks, all kinds of machines to Ukraine. They're going to be outnumbering the Ukrainian army fairly soon. And all the indications are that they're planning to grind, as they say themselves. This is what the Russian overall commander in the area, a man called Surovikin, has said, that they're planning to grind Ukraine's military down. So they're going to do it slowly, bit by bit. They're going to dismantle its army and grind down its economy. Now and we have to be, never forget this, that means people are dying. And, both Alex and I can follow this war closely. We're seeing everyday pictures, film of what that means for Ukraine, people dying in the most horrible ways, in cold trenches, like in the First World War, under the weight of Russian artillery. It is terrible, and it's getting worse every day, and Ukraine is bleeding gradually away. And that's something also which we should be trying, I think, logically to try to stop.
Yes.
Any thoughts? I mean, Russia is going to slowly, bit by bit, build up its artillery, build up its aircraft, build up its bombing missiles, build up its cruise missiles, build up its everything, get more men in the army. And they're going to slowly get into Ukraine, seep in, blow their military apart, get rid of all their bombing air raid systems and their stations. They're going to grind the military to a halt, virtually fuck over the economy. And I don't agree with Russia doing this, but again, the question that Russia's probably asking is, what do you expect me to do? I've tried twice, possibly 3 times, to do a peace deal. And Zelensky's killing his own people with this.
Correct.
Instead of coming to now, can he come to the table and say, I want to do a peace deal? He tried, and the United States and Britain stopped him.
Yeah.
So the question then becomes, who wants the war more, Ukraine or the United States?
Mm-hmm.
And I think the United States is going to cause this, that they're going to turn it, oh, see, look what Russia's doing. And it's a whole cycle.
Well, Biden now is asking in either if there's an omnibus that is passed to keep the government open or a continuing resolution. He's asking that another $47 billion be issued in funding for Ukraine. $38.8 billion of that being directed at military projects, and the remaining being directed at economic and humanitarian aid. But 38.8 more billion with a B, than he's already gotten for Ukraine. And he's asking that this be shoved through before the Christmas holiday, this be shoved through before the end of the year. And we're going to see if that happens. I suspect that definitely most Democrats, a vast majority of Republicans as well, will go along with this because more defense spending, right? That's what we love to do around here.
That's right. We won't solve homelessness. We won't build more houses. We won't do a housing first policy with $20 billion. We won't send your kids to college for $60 billion to $100 billion. We won't give you health care. We won't get 100,000 veterans off the street. We won't end child poverty. We won't end hunger in the United States. We won't do any of that, but we'll send $47 billion to Ukraine.
Yeah.
That they could solve homelessness twice. And again, I mean, he wants this because you're saying that the Republicans won't fund for military or economic aid. One of the two?
No. So what's happening is the Republicans would be happy to pay for more military aid, but Biden does want to, appear like the human rights guy. So he wants some humanitarian and economic aid being sent to Ukraine for humanitarian causes, right? Kevin McCarthy is saying that if he becomes Speaker of the House, that's the kind of stuff he doesn't want to spend on. He hasn't commented on whether he would spend on military aid, but come on, we know Kevin McCarthy, just like all the others, is bought off. So he will spend on military aid. But Biden is trying to sneak this package in to see if he could get at least $9 billion in humanitarian and economic aid, and then he'll come back around. Don't underestimate Biden. He'll come back around middle of next year or something like that, and ask for some more military aid.
And now Kevin McCarthy won't hesitate. He'll probably give him the military aid before Biden asks for it, and he'll just put it in his drawer in the resolution desk, right? I mean,
yeah,
and just say, hey, whenever you're ready, bring out the check, and that's it. That's but again, that economic aid. Why are we giving Ukraine military aid? One, why are we giving them? But two, why are we giving them economic aid? That makes no sense to me.
I mean, I believe that we got to provide ourselves economic aid first and provide our people economic aid. But in terms of like providing allies of ours economic aid, that's not unheard of. That has happened. We provide a lot of economic aid to Israel. We provide a lot of economic aid to
Israel doesn't need
Ukraine, to Egypt, to others of our allies. It's not stuff that I personally think is a good idea. I think we should put our economic aid into our own people. But in terms of that, I don't think that's odd or weird or uncommon. That has happened.
Yeah, but at the
But
same time, I don't think it was.
the Republicans are not fans of giving any nation economic aid, except they love to give Israel economic aid. But
Israel, which
they're
they
not
don't need
fans
it,
of
by the
giving
way.
other nations economic aid, so they don't want to give Ukraine any economic aid anyway. But these are the same Republicans who will not give us economic aid here as American
Exactly.
citizens. So
Exactly, and the Democratic Party either. You know, and the other crazy thing that I think of is too is I mean, if you really do look at it, you know, uh they don't they I really agreed with Trump when he said we're putting in all this money when I think the rest of Europe should get out their pockets and cough up that money too. Why are we spending all this money? And he ended up backing out because, and I agreed with him at the time. Like, yeah, that is true, Trump. We should be spending less. There's 193 nations in the world, or something like that, 95, whatever it is.
yeah.
Why? Okay, so I definitely agree with Trump on that. And I know, oh, you're a Trumper. No, I just agree on policy. Not every policy. I disagree with 98% of what he does. 99, maybe. So, I don't agree with giving other countries economic aid when we can't help ourselves, and but our people. By the way, Israel, they don't need a defense system. Who's attacking them? Nobody. Hamas's rockets can't even reach Israel.
Yeah, they have a more advanced, newer age technology defense system than the United States with their Iron Dome thing, and then they provide healthcare to all their citizens.
Exactly, they provide universal health care. So where are we helping them? I right. So both the Republicans and Democrats are pretty stupid on this issue. But again, Biden's asking for all this money. We don't need to be spending all this money, and that's gonna just Russia's gonna see that as okay. Well, you're gonna give Ukraine more money. All right, go ahead and build up our military so we can grind Ukraine down to its knees. Great, thank God Joe Biden's president.
Yeah, the United States, Jimmy, has they've come to the decision that they're not going to get a quick regime change like they started out with way back in March, April. The plan was let's put as many sanctions as we can on Russia. Let's try to get a regime change through an economic war of attrition. We'll overthrow the Putin government, and we'll end this thing quickly. We'll be in Moscow. We'll get all their resources. We'll split Russia apart. We'll balkanize it, and everything will go back to normal in a couple of months. The United States now, they have admitted that they are not going to get a regime change in Russia now. They've understood that.
I don't know why they thought they could do that and split Russia apart and get their resources and then do this and bucket. Why
Well, their hope was that because what Putin did that was unique at his time, so he's been able to hold all the different separate ethnic groups in Russia together. The Chechens, Chechnya, after he bombed them to smithereens, he got them to submit to his will. He had Ramzan Kadyrov serve as his puppet in Chechnya. So the Chechen Muslims had no choice but to submit to his will. That's why lots of them ended up fleeing and joining ISIS in Syria, is because they wanted to fight against the Putin regime. Actually, funny enough. So Chechnya, once Putin is out of the picture, will declare their independence. Dagestan, which is another Muslim region of Russia, would probably do the same thing. Siberia is very culturally different from European Russia, so they would probably break off and become their own thing. And then the far east of Russia is more culturally affiliated with Mongolia or Japan, way out there, than they are with European Russia. So what we know as Russia, the Russian culture, is really just Moscow, St. Petersburg, Stalingrad, that whole area, right? That's really all that's Leningrad, all that area. That's really the area that's European Russia. And ultimately that will eventually become its own country, separate from all these other regions, because all these other regions are religiously diverse or ethnically different, are politically different, and have different goals for the future of their people. So Putin, through his authoritarian iron fist approach, was able to keep everyone together. The U.S. assumption was as soon as Putin falls, all the dominoes fall, and everyone's going to start declaring independence. And that is very, very possible. We will have to see if that actually comes to fruition, but that is very possible. So the U.S. was hoping if they could knock Putin out. I mean, eventually Putin's a human, just like any others of us, and he hasn't set a succession plan, a succession or contingency plan in place yet. So we don't know what his plan is for after he passes away. But it's very likely that there aren't qualified successors after him when he passes away. Maybe Ramzan Kadyrov, who is the head of the Chechen Federation, the Chechen region, Chechnya, but he would probably be more concerned with becoming big bad president of Chechnya. He will betray Putin at the first opportunity he gets. Right now he's Putin's tiger. Right now he's a big pro Putin advocate. But in the long term, once Putin's out of the picture, I could see him turning his back on Moscow and becoming his own thing. And I think that's what's ultimately going to happen. Whether Putin leaves through natural causes, through death, or through the Biden administration trying to oust him from power. Once that happens, Russia, there's a possibility. I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but there's a possibility that Russia as a whole, as a federation, will fall apart because there are too many moving parts within Russia, too many different cultural, ethnic, and religious dynamics that allow it to naturally split apart and become 1,000 different fractured pieces. You know what I mean? Fragmented pieces.
Right, exactly. And I think Putin needs to be careful here of all that you said, because I mean, I think he should train a successor now. Now is the time.
Putin isn't training any successors because he's afraid someone's going to overthrow him. It's the paranoia. He's not training any successors. He's not cultivating any new leaders. He's not cultivating or mentoring or training new people to succeed him.
Gonna be interesting.
It will have to be.
So I believe that the plan now is to try and manage the chaos. How can we manage this war, and how can we extend and prolong this war as long as it takes? That's what they're constantly saying. We're going to support Ukraine for as long as it takes. They don't tell us what that means. What does it mean as long as it takes? What exactly is this all about? How long is as long as it takes? They don't say that. They want to manage this conflict. They want to extend this conflict. And one of the reasons they want to extend this conflict and manage it is because business is good. Project Ukraine is good business. It's good for the military industrial complex.
Absolutely.
It's good for all the money washing via FTX and Sam Bankman-Fried and all of these characters.
Yep.
It's good for the black market arms dealers. We're getting reports that weapon now are funneling into Africa via Ukraine. This is a money-making business.
Absolutely.
And let me tell you how else it's good, Jason. Let me tell you how else it's good. We are able to sell super expensive oil and gas that we get from Texas or Alaska to France and Germany. Then Russia is able to sell their gas that the French and Germans refuse to buy out of some moral obligation. So Russia goes and sells their gas on the black market for double or triple the price to Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, right? The UAE and Saudi, who claim they are our allies.
Right.
They will buy black market Russian gas. What they will do is they'll mix it with their own gas and then sell it on the market as Saudi or Emirati gas.
That's right.
Yeah.
And
so then
Saudi
they
and
turn
Russia,
that money around. They get a killing. The Russians get a killing because they're selling it on the black market anyway.
Exactly.
And the Indians and Chinese are getting a killing because they're getting Russian gas at a discounted price, so they're enjoying themselves.
So they're getting things at a discount. They're now saving money because they're not buying from the United States and they're not buying from the European Union. So they're making a great killing. They're saving a lot of money. Will that economic save? Will that those lower expenditures and the saving of all those funds go to the people of India? No, but the point is, they're making a great amount of killing. So
and the Saudis and Emiratis, what they're doing is they're buying Russian gas at a discount and then selling it as if it's their own gas.
Exactly.
So everyone is winning. Russia is selling theirs on the black market. The U.S. is selling theirs to France and Germany. Like, everyone's really enjoying it. This is a money making party.
This is like dollars.
And
flying.
Sam Bankman-Fried is getting a killing out of this too.
Yeah, his company went down, but guess what? He walked away with all that money, billions of dollars.
Chilling in the Bahamas.
Chilling in the Bahamas, and now he's investing in oil because every country is going to be selling a bunch of oil on the black market and other market to each other for discounts. This for double, triple. Everyone's making a killing, and I didn't realize that. So,
yeah,
this is why I have you on the show because I never saw that. I never
Mhm.
saw this coming.
It's really a moneymaker.
That's a huge moneymaker. Right? Thanks for pointing that out because now I know that.
Very difficult. There's been so much money that's been poured into Ukraine now. My fear is that it's going to be next to impossible to wind this war down because now you have so many actors who are making so much money in so many different areas that you're not going to be able to pull back at this point.
That is correct. No one's going to be able to pull back. I think what's ultimately going to happen is one of them eventually, whether it's the Ukrainians or the Russians, we'll have to see who it is. One of them just has to win a very decisive victory for it to end. You know what I mean? That's the only way to end, is just someone very decisively knocks out the other. And that's scary because depending on who it is and how it goes, that could escalate into nuclear confrontation.
And we don't want that because holy shit.
Then all of us are ducking for cover somewhere.
Well, fuck me. I'm going to buy a house with a shelter.
I'll tell you a little secret. If I had two choices, stay out here in the nuclear waste fallout or be stuck in a little bunker with Donald Trump, I'll take the bunker with Donald Trump.
I'll take the bunker. I'll take the fucking bunker. Yeah,
I'll have
me
to
too.
hear him go on and on about some bullshit, but
give him some weed.
That would be hilarious. Melania, do you have
would love to see it. I'd love.
Wow. Well, that's very depressing. Jesus. God damn it. I know it's, and this was the stuff that people were afraid Trump was going to do. Reckless, crazy bullshit like this at the behest of corporations or who's ever paying him. And it turns out that's exactly what Joe Biden's doing and his regime.
Yeah, they said Trump was going to be the evil maniac with the nuclear code. Oh my God, he's going to press the button and he's going to activate the nuclear war. And oh my God, I wake up every morning and I'm so panicked because Trump's going to start a war.
And who knows? Maybe that's what he'll do if he wins in 2024. We don't know.
Possibly,
but Biden did it first.
Exactly. But everyone keeps saying, oh, but they gave Trump money, even though they said he was a maniac and that he was going to do this nuclear crazy shit. And now Biden's the one that's doing it and his regime, and they're funding Ukraine and they're starting this war. They're the ones doing it. Isn't it funny? Say that Trump's the evil one, and look, Biden's doing the exact thing that they said Trump was going to do.
Yep.
Trump's not smart enough to get this done. I'm sorry. I know I'm probably going to upset a lot of, oh, he's so strong kind of guys. Trump ain't smart enough to start this kind of shit.
Nor is he strong enough to take on the consequences of it.
Honestly,
Erdogan
is stronger than Trump.
If anything, this was the kind of intelligence that Biden and those around Biden would have been able to pull off more successfully than Trump.
Absolutely.
Well, listen, I really appreciate, I've heard recently that Russia is ramping up 200,000 soldiers is that happening?
Absolutely. It is happening all the time. And of course, we're going to be in a situation where the war is going to get
way worse
because hundreds of thousands of Russian troops are joining it, not just troops. As I said, they're sending tanks, machines, you name it, they're sending it. And of course, they're launching all these attacks on the energy system of Ukraine as well. So the war is going to escalate. It's going to get much worse. There's probably going to be a big Russian offensive some point over the next few months. Nobody quite knows when, and nobody quite knows what its objectives will be. And of course, the danger is the Russians do that. We try to do something in response. The Russians then do something else. Barack Obama, he gave an interview to The Atlantic way back in 2016. He said that in Ukraine, the Russians always have escalatory dominance. Those were his words, and he's right. But as Alex says, there is no real incentive at the moment on people who are in power and who are in a position to change this and move it back. There's no real incentive for them to turn it around because, well, I don't want to repeat all the very depressing things which Alex said.
Yeah, and we haven't even talked about, Jimmy, that's the refugee crisis that's going to come about from Ukraine.
Oh my God, Republicans are worried about immigration now.
Oh, they're gonna have a whole bunch of. But here's what will make them happy. All these new immigrants are gonna be white.
That's right. Hey, at least they're white. Because look, the Republicans are racist. So are the Democrats, but Republicans, you know they are. And they're white, so they're more.
They're gonna be white. Here's the thing: they're white, and then since they're Eastern Orthodox Christians, they're very conservative. So, I mean, maybe the Republicans will find some magical pathway to citizenship because then they have a whole new voter block.
Maybe they'll say, "Fuck border security. Let's do this right now."
Let's open up the borders,
Go,
the
baby!
ports, the airports, the seaports. Let's open everything up.
The seaports, the ass ports, your ass cheeks, open up your house.
We're ready for some big white Ukrainian dick.
Oh yeah, big. Well, they're not very big if they're white. Sorry. Open up your back.
I bet you the old Republican senators, right? The Orban Hatches of the world, right? They're looking forward to some beautiful, tall, blonde Ukrainian women, right? With the beautiful breasts and the large asses and the tight white pussies.
You say that on my stream? Oh shit. Well, Orrin Hatch is dead, but
well, maybe Mitt Romney's pick his green card. Maybe Mitt Romney. Does he need Viagra? Do you know?
I know he needs Viagra. If your name is Mitt Romney, you're white and you're Mormon, you definitely need Viagra.
It's gonna go take a second wife, and this one's gonna be Ukrainian.
Dude, Ukrainian women are just beauties. Oh, they are beauts. They are beautiful.
Tatiana.
Alexandra. Alexandra, yes. Okay. And
Ivana, Svetlana
Fedorova. It's one of my friends, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to be a huge catastrophe for the people of Ukraine, for Europe.
So
where are these people going to go if they're cold and they have no electricity, no water, no food?
They're going to come here.
Going to go
Europe.
Yeah.
Europe or Russia.
Pile up in Germany.
Those are their only two.
Merkel likes to welcome those migrants. Or is it now Olaf Scholz?
I know.
Dude, man, I need to follow what's going on with that coup attempt, man. They arrested a whole bunch of people.
I want to know more.
Including a royal.
After this stream, we're going to have to check.
Yeah. Well, Alex Christoforo.
All right. Well, that's what's going on in Ukraine. The more we keep pushing them, pushing Russia, they're going to start building up their military, amping up their troop levels, amping up the machinery they're going to put in slowly, bit by bit, but surely and greatly, grind down the military of Ukraine, cause economic destruction, famine, death, everything. And the United States is going to try something else because they don't know when to stop. Because the gravy train keeps coming, and we're gonna have you thought we had a refugee crisis with who was it? Libya and Syria,
Afghanistan.
You thought those were refugee crises? Oh, you have no idea.
You don't know what's coming for you.
No.
Country of 44 million people, man. Ukraine is a massive ass country.
Literally. So if they're going everywhere,
Ooh-wee.
Woo. Republicans are about to. We want immigration.
I'm gonna get ready to feast on some traditional Ukrainian stuffed cabbage and some other really good soups.
Oh, that sounds yummy.
They do make some bomb food, bro.
Oh, you know who makes bomb food? Russia.
Man.
Their wine is. Oh, their sodas are actually really good too.
Sodas? Oh, tell me more about that.
They're not as sweet. They taste. They don't taste like a beer, but they taste more like a beer. It's sort of like a kid's entry into Russian beer. It's real good. You need to find it. It's oh my god. It's like that's a turn on for me. Like when a girl once brought me it, I was like, we're doing this.
You were already sealed the deal, huh?
Sealed the deal, baby. Well, Naeem, I'd like to thank you for being on this show with me for 5 hours. I know you had a lot of work to do today, so I'm sorry it took this long.
I'll get back to the work. Don't worry.
And
It's always a pleasure, and there's so much more to talk about.
oh my God,
You
we could
know.
do 10-hour live streams and we still wouldn't be done.
Yeah, like we haven't even gotten to touch 2024 yet and see where that's going.
We haven't even gotten to China and Russia. We haven't even gotten to Ursulov and Maloney fighting. We haven't even gotten to
North Korea provoking Japan.
North Korea provoking the North Carolina substation. What happened there? Like
it seems like it was intentional sabotage. Someone shot up 2 power stations or something, and there's a suspicion that it was extremism. They were trying to threaten a drag queen story hour or some bullshit. And yeah,
wow.
they think it's some like far right, anti-LGBT people who shot up this power station, but it's still unconfirmed. Governor Roy Cooper of North Carolina, yes, he's a Democrat in a Republican state, says he will investigate. The Supreme Court is hearing a case from the North Carolina legislature today, actually.
That's right. And they're also hearing there's a case of a graphic designer who would
303
not
Creative.
What is it called?
303 Creative.
303 Creative, which is a funny name, because that's also I think that's the Miami area code. So, no, that's a 305. But that she didn't want to help a gay couple, and I think the way the Supreme remember that gay wedding cake, the baker that didn't want to make a cake for a gay couple.
Yeah, basically the Supreme Court decided
reason.
that that particular baker was not in trouble, but the law could still stand in Colorado. What she's trying to do, 303 Creative, is actually get the law struck down.
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I think she's gonna win.
If she wins, then the anti-discrimination law that's inside Colorado will be struck down. Because the other gentleman, I think his name was Jack Phillips or something, the cake maker. Basically, what the Supreme Court said was, "Hey, you particular sir, you're not in trouble. You're good, but we're not going to strike down this law." This time, she's going for strike down the law.
Well, and with a more conservative Supreme Court, I saw Amy Coney Barrett's very rough questioning of her lawyer, and I think the court's going to go her way. And they're also hearing another case on the student debt, student loan thing. So it's in February. So there's a lot of things going on we haven't even gotten to. So let me close this tab here. I want to thank you for coming on. Make sure you email. Can I give your email? I don't know how you.
Yeah. If you have any further questions, email me, of course.
So email him at nmabualhawa@gmail.com. So let me put that in the chat here.
Yes, please.
Email Naim Abu Al Hawa at nmabu. For more discussion. Normally, I'd have them follow your. I put an N after for some stupid reason. Normally, I'd have them follow your social media, but follow Naim there at nmabualhawa@gmail.com. Follow me on Twitter and Instagram at FluffyJ97. Make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe to the channel. Give me a sub so that we can do more. We can grow more on this channel, and you can get more discussions like this and more debates. I hope you know I'm not mad at you or anything of our disagreements. I'm just
No, and I don't think we disagree as much as we thought we did at first. I think what it really came down to was we're both anti-war, and I just genuinely believe we cannot give any war provocateurs any credit, whether that's Russia, Ukraine, or the United States. But on the realpolitik front, on the international relations front, right now it could change, but right now it does look like the U.S. is the biggest winner. The others are winners too. Russia is making some black market money, for example. But the reality of the situation is right now Russia just looks a little weak. And maybe because they feel like they're looking weak, they're going to get more desperate, more aggressive, more bloody, more brutal, more deadly. And the only one who really has got to take the blame for that is Joe Biden and Boris Johnson for not promoting
right.
Zelensky to take a peace deal.
Exactly. And for possibly giving the green light for this latest attacks, and maybe Putin's going to say, all right, fine, we're going to go through with it. So if you want to discuss this with Naeem, go ahead, email him there, and then you'll stay backstage real quick. I got to talk to you.
Okay, let me know when we're done.
Okay, so thanks for coming, Naeem, and like, comment, share, and subscribe to the channel. Press the post notification
Thank
bell.
you so much. Pray for the innocent people who are
Yeah.
dying, whether they're Ukrainian, Russian, or otherwise.
Please pray. And always be anti-war, pro-worker, pro-labor, pro-union, everything. Like, comment, share, and subscribe to the channel. Press the post notification bell so you never miss another one of these channels, videos, and live streams, I should say. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you guys next time.